Good morning and welcome back to the Maracasina Stadium here in Rio de Janeiro. It's the final day of the World Championships here in Brazil, and we've come to that point where we can guarantee you excitement. It's the team event. Welcome to David McFall. Good morning, David.
Good morning, Sheldon. 6 days of amazing judo. I was really pleased with what we saw. We started out fast and furious with the lightweights, and we ended up with some big throws by the heavyweights by the end.
Well, let's take a look at those 6 days. Here's David McFall with a wrap-up on his impressions of these individual World Championships.
Well, actually, I'm going to talk a little bit about the teams and what happened a little bit. So I guess the news was the Japanese men are back. They topped the medal table with 3 golds, but it happened the first 3 days. And then after that, it was an absolute drought. A couple silvers and things like that, but the Japanese always aim just for the top of the podium. For the women, the first time in maybe ever that they were shut out of gold medals. And I think what happened was it started with Asami, and each subsequent athlete had more and more pressure, and they were just crushed by the pressure, and it ended up with Tachimoto at the end getting the last medal, and that was a bronze. So the Japanese women have something to prove today in the team championships,
and they could very well do it. I mean, but we'll come to the draw and everything when we do the team. Stick with your individual summary.
2 nations that kind of surprised me. I was looking for more from Russia and Georgia, and they didn't produce as well as they did, say, in London. But we had a lot of firsts. We had 3 nations that had the first-time world champions, and that was Israel, Kosovo, and Azerbaijan. And in addition to that, Mongolia had their first female world champion, and North Korea had their second world champion.
That's
so
right.
It was a great mix at the top of the podium. Great news for international judo.
Okay, we've got the team event today. Men and women, 16 teams on both sides. Let's have a look at the opening matchups with the women, Japan and Russia.
That's going to be a tight one. That's going to be a match to watch, and I think we're going to be tuning into that.
The United States of America face Kazakhstan. That's in the first round.
USA in the beginning looks strong, but it's going to be tough at the end there.
The Kazakhs are short 1 player, so that really does help them out. They just need 2 wins, really, the US from their fighters, and they could take it. And then Cuba, Mongolia.
That's going to be a tough one. The Mongolian women look really good.
Algeria and the Netherlands.
What's your call on that?
The Netherlands are just too strong. They've been world team champions, well, European team champions before. So, you know, that looks like a tough call to them. China and Ecuador. China haven't got their strongest team here.
That's right. It looks like a rebuilding year for them.
But I think that they're still going to prove too strong for Ecuador. Korea and Australia, well, it really has been a disappointing time for the South Koreans, but I don't think that with the best will in the world that Australia are going to trouble the might of Korea. And then Brazil and Germany, and I think that will be an interesting one.
Very interesting match.
And then finally bringing up the rear in the women's team competition, France and Colombia. And I'd like to see what will happen when the double world champion and Olympic bronze medalist steps onto the mat. And I'm not talking about someone from France.
Yes, and that has a nice ring to it, too. Double world champion and Olympic champion.
Yeah. Okay.
That's a resume.
That'll be Yuri Alvear of Colombia in the under 70 kilo category. She's going to be a real handful. Let David take a look at the men there.
So for the men's draw, we're going to start out here. The top of the draw will be Russia versus Colombia. I think Russia looks pretty strong in there.
Even with number 2 team, I think they're going to prove too strong.
Cuba versus Uruguay.
Again, the Cubans, you know, they've got their strong team, so that's going to be a difficult one for the Uruguayans.
That's right. Brazil versus Germany, so same as the women's
again,
there.
Yeah.
Coincidentally. Then we have Kazakhstan versus Korea. That could prove to be an interesting matchup. Japan versus New Zealand. Well, that's going to be tough for the Kiwis.
I read somewhere that it was along the lines, you never know your luck and anything can happen. And Well, I tell you what, it would have to be anything that could happen for New Zealand to beat Japan. New Zealand in Japan, I think if we were New Zealand versus Japan, I think if we were talking rugby, I'd put my money on the Kiwis
The All
there.
Blacks would be beat.
But you know, because the Japanese do play rugby, but it's judo, not rugby. So
I saw the Fijians versus the Japanese, and I think that the Fijian winger could probably play in the pack there.
Uzbekistan, go on, you call them out.
Uzbekistan versus Ukraine. How do you like that one?
That's a really nice matchup. The Ukraine haven't fired really strongly here, but they do have really good players. Grekov is here, Drebo is here, Zantaraya, Kecho Nabali, Blashenko. You know, they've got some good fighters. So
that's off to
be
them.
Interesting, yeah.
I think the match, at least for this first round, Georgia versus France. That's going to be a barn burner.
Yeah, that's the big one. Georgia versus France in the men's competition, and then bringing up the rear.
Mongolia versus Algeria.
Okay. Well, that's our preview of the team event. We've still got a couple of minutes before we actually get underway, and I'm not sure if my friend has got another clip that he wants to show you in that. In that time, or whether he wants us to continue speaking. And
well, I'll tell you what, Sheldon, how about maybe some individual performances that you saw over the last 6 days? What really impressed you?
Yarden Jerby's conduct at the point where she realized that she was world champion. The minute that Agbegninu went unconscious and Yarden Jerby knew that she was world champion, that was the moment of her greatest triumph, and that was the moment that she took to take care of her opponent.
Yeah,
nothing else entered her head. And for as long as Agbegninu was unconscious, Jerby only concentrated on looking at her opponent. Only when she came back round and she began to get to her feet, Jerby by that time had returned to a start point and was doing her gi up. Only at that point did a smile break out onto her face. She winked over to her coach. She then bowed to Agbegninu. Well, she went over because they gave the contest to her, but Agbegninu was still being seen to. She went over to Agbegninu and was still looking after her. And then when she was asked to leave the mat, because she would have stayed there until Clarice got onto her feet, but only when she was asked to leave the mat did she collapse to her knees as the emotion washed over her, and it dawned on her that she was world champion. For me, that is an unforgettable moment of real care for your opponent. And I know that we were talking about the use of the term judoka and how it gets thrown around and everything, but I don't use that term lightly. But that was the kind of behavior that you would expect from a judoka.
Well, it was true Budo and true sportsmanship. You know, for me, probably on the men's side, Ebinuma, absolutely banged up,
warrior,
real warrior, and you could see. I don't know how he did it. I don't know how he managed that ippon, because basically I think his left arm was gone and his right arm had gotten pretty banged up, and yet he came through for the Japanese team. Not when they needed it, but basically he kept that streak going.
And then Yuri Alver winning a second gold medal. I thought that was a second world championship. That was terrific. Coming on the back of her bronze medal in London as well. This really cements her position as a high-quality performer at world and Olympic level.
We can't, it almost seems trite, but we can't forget Rainier, just totally dominant. Totally dominant.
Yeah,
mowed through the competition.
Do you know what's really unfortunate for Teddy Rainier? Because the category doesn't appear to be, it doesn't appear to be that strong.
But it is. It just is dominance.
It could be.
Right.
It's just that he gives it the impression that it's so easy, and nobody's testing him. He's so far ahead of everyone that in fact he's not really being seen.
That's right.
In the right light, because he's just so far streets ahead of everybody.
Really, what would actually be a great test and make him even a stronger champion if he had a rival, someone who would really challenge him, and then he stepped up and went that next level. That would even enhance his reputation.
Good point. He doesn't have a rival, and this is not Teddy Rine's fault. Teddy Riner does all the training, he does all the preparation, you know, he fights the tournament, he does exactly what we ask of him, and he's even doing all the etiquette and everything. There's no toys out of the window or you know, whatever. What more can the guy do? There's nothing more that Teddy Riner can offer up. In actual fact, it's down to the others now to
step
offer
up.
something to him.
That's right. That's right.
Okay. We hope you enjoyed that bit of windbagging by the pair of us, but it brings us nicely to the opening contest in the team event. We're going to go to mat number 2, and I'll tell you why we're going to go to mat number 2. If you want to watch the Japan-Russia match, by all means do so, but the US have a chance here against Kazakhstan, and I'm not that sure that the Russians have a chance against Japan. If you want to go and watch that, press number 1. We're going to go to mat number 2. It's the United States of America facing Kazakhstan. Alexia Liddy of the United States of America faces Aygul Baykuleva of Kazakhstan. Liddy in the white judogi and Baykuleva in blue. There's the rest of the US team watching on. Hannah Carmichael, Hannah Martin, Kathy Sell, and Samantha Blau.
And a quick tap out there by Kazakhstan. Or by USA, I'm sorry. USA got caught with the choke there.
Well, we were talking about what would be needed. They need 2 wins, because that now makes it 1-1, because the Kazakhs are 1 down. So
you can see here, and we saw this in the individuals, in which we had someone come in with Seonage. I'm trying to think who that was.
Yeah,
came with Seonage, got caught, and I like the way that the Kazakhstan athlete jumped on that choke and then was able to stabilize the body so that Liddy couldn't get out.
Here's one of the toughest competitors on the Kazakh team. Oh, that was really good.
Carmichael evens things up.
That trap the sleeves, and I was going to say that, but she's come up against one of the toughest Americans, so this is a good match.
It was.
See, Wazari was better. Wazari was a better score, but it's the American Carmichael who leads now by Wazari after that. Tsurikomi Goshi, I think. Might have a look on the replay when it comes up, and then we can classify that waza for you correctly.
I thought that was maybe Sasai. I mean, it's Sasai, Seonage.
Well, we'll have a look. Haven't had the replay yet. I didn't see. I only saw the finish with the sleeves as she was hitting the tatami.
You're right. I didn't take a look at the sleeves, so maybe you're.
No doubt we'll get a look at it. But Carmichael leads here, and there she goes again. So this time she finishes it off.
Yeah.
Wazari Awazetti upon. I suspect it was the same same technique, but that's a neat finish for Carmichael.
So she's able to even things up here for the USA.
Now Hannah Martin is going to come out and take the bow, because there is no hit here.
Yep, that's Ore City. Nice call there, Sheldon.
Hannah Martin will just come out to take the well, where's the fighter? Where's the fighter? This isn't the right thing. There isn't there is nobody on the sheet to face Hannah Martin.
And now we would appear to have an opponent.
No, that's right. It's got She's Hannah Martin now. She says, "Hey, get off! I don't want to fight you."
I guess maybe that's the next. Maybe there's a confusion.
Yeah,
there
that's Dinara Kudarova. Look, there's only 4 of them standing over there. This is not rocket science. They've only got 4. And now Guangguo Chao, now she's realized. Guangguo
Yes.
Chao realizes. He checks with Hannah Martin, who's the bright one on the map. She comes out and she says, "That's what I wanted." Right?
Yes, exactly.
I want to win for the USA
Yes.
here.
Please give
you
me
know?
a freebie.
Right. Now, this is the money match. Kathleen Sell, quite often underrated, steps up to face Dinara Kudarova of Kazakhstan.
So
This
you could say,
is
pardon
a
the pun,
toughie.
this is a tough sell.
Yeah. There's something about Kathy that I like. You know, I've said it before openly to her dad and everything. So it's you know, this is not the most talented girl that ever stepped on a tatami, but a bigger heart you cannot find.
She was looking. She was looking for the choke here off that.
Turnover coming.
Yep. Well,
Neat
she
bit
still
of
got
work.
pretty good work on the choke there. She
Oh.
looked for she looked for a kata hajime,
Yeah,
I think,
yeah.
there for a second.
You can't ask for a harder working athlete than Kathy Sell.
And she's looking out for a juji katame, and they're going to stand up again.
I think if I was going to make a movie about overcoming limitations or shortcomings, I'd have Kathy Sell in it.
So this is going to be the female judo version of Rocky. Is that what you're telling me?
Well, I don't know. Rocky knocked a few people out.
No, he was underdog. And now Blue goes to work on the ground here. Sell kind of turtles up there.
She's the kind of player that you'd apply that term to. I don't have to be great. I just have to work hard and use what I've got. She does.
Yeah,
Look at the determination.
The
on her
game face is
you know,
right there.
No. Oh, yeah. I didn't see
Only see
the hand sokumake.
So did I.
Sport, our story. We had a good story going there. You know? Let's have a look. So it's not here.
Not there. There?
No.
But they're on the ground.
No, they're in there. Was there? There was. So what was it? That's not really fair, is it?
I have no idea.
How is it that they can give a hand sokumake and the camera operators don't know what happened?
Because they don't know judo. All right, so a tall order here for Blyer, who comes in against Isanova, and she's got to beat.
She's the favorite here. Isanova is, you know, a genuine, you know, plus 78 kilo category fighter.
And she's working with Blyer pretty well here.
Sam, well, she's out of her weight class here. I told you, look, even at this level, there's excitement because we're already 2-2.
That's right.
You know, the
That's
opening
right.
contest has already got us on the edge of our seats here. It's got the Kazakhs on the
That's right. They're excited.
up on their feet. Izanova chasing down Blyer now. Blyer looking to go left side. It didn't have good contact with the hands, and she just gets pulled around.
Blyer
by
needs,
Isanova.
with an opponent that size, she needs to move more, especially more laterally. She can't let Isanova settle.
Yeah.
And she's probably going to get pegged
Went
there.
to her knees too quickly there. Alexa Liddy and Kathy Sell. My apologies to all of you at home who are watching and feel as frustrated as I am about not being able to see how somebody won a contest.
Right.
Or lost it in the case of Kathy Sell.
I didn't see anything in Tachiwaza there. Blyer behind by 2 penalties. finds herself in a poor position here, Newaza, but Isanova decides not to pursue that. Looked like she was thinking about working maybe a Juji, then she was working at the Osai Kobe.
The longer that Sam stays on the mat with Isanova, the better the chance that she's got. Isanova's, you know, big and heavy. She doesn't want to stay out there for too long.
That's going to be another penalty, though.
The difficulty is that she can't deal with the power of a genuine heavyweight,
right?
Like Gulsan Isanova. See, the attacks are not threatening her, and now she won't be able to stop that.
No.
You know, even heavyweights don't get out of Osaiwaza from Isanova. Just got the one arm trapped, just too big and strong.
That's right. Yeah, she's got that one shoulder pinned down, and
look how happy Vaikulieva is.
Well, I think the key to that, besides the fact that we don't understand what the cell match was, it was Liddy getting caught so early there.
Yeah, I mean, Liddy went out, but the money match was always going to be Cell because we had one in the bank.
Right.
So you had Carmichael came out and banged over Mingazova, and it really made it a match. So Cathy Cell was going to be the money match. And you watch today how many times the penultimate contest is the one, you know.
That's what makes these team championships interesting.
It either keeps you in the match or ends the match.
Yep.
That contest is the key contest. Gulsan Isanova wins it from a spirited Samantha Blyer, and unfortunately for the United States of America, they go out 3-2. There aren't a terrific number of highlights here, so we'll be going down to mat number 1 because Japan face Russia there, and then I don't think we've missed a great deal. Well, the under 63 kilo category is on there now. Abe Kana of Japan is on.
She works a nice Juji Katame there. Let's see if she gets the thumb up and going.
That means Koziyutina and Zabludina have already been on because it's.
Valkova doesn't, right now she doesn't look like she's worried. So it seems like Abe lost a good opportunity there. She had a good look at this going in, but never managed to get the thumb in the right position here. And Valkova did a good job also of turning her body out.
Well, somebody lost. Hashimoto Yuki and Yamamoto Anzu have already been on. The score is 1-1, so somebody went down.
That's right.
I'm not sure whether it was Hashimoto or Yamamoto, but the score is 1-1 at present. Cuba face Mongolia down on mat number 3. It's the Cubans leading 1-0.
And Abe gets hit with a penalty there. So the Russians hanging in here. We don't know, like Sheldon said, which of the Japanese lost, but it's 1-1.
You see, if Valkova takes this contest, then the Tachimoto Haruka contest becomes the money contest.
That's right.
You know, the Russians win it, they're out. The Japanese win it, they're in with a shout.
That's right.
So it's that contest that today will prove absolutely key. The 4th contest.
I believe the technical term is the rubber match.
Yep, that's right. Chance for a turnover
this
here.
Looks
nice
good here.
Work. Just a little bit.
Lost it. I think her center of gravity is a little bit too high, especially their hips.
She just had that, but now she's brought it back. Osai Komi.
This time,
Abe nicely wrapped up at the top.
Kazune Kamishiho.
Doesn't matter about the turning of the hips and the lower part of the body. The whole top half of the body is
get that shoulder pinned down.
Yeah, really nicely done by Abe. Looked for a moment as though her momentum to roll her opponent over had taken her a little bit too far, but she was able to correct it, and she puts Japan ahead 2-1. I'd say, you know, they could save themselves a lot of problems there by coming away as world team champions.
That's
if they
right.
take this title, you know, there will be a little bit to take home.
Well, they'll be taking home a couple gold medals.
Well,
Which is something they didn't do in the individuals.
It won't save the inspection with regard to the individual team blowout.
Right.
That's done, dusted. That's up there for everybody to see. But what they will be able to do is to say, hey, you know, as a compensation, it really is compensation. We won the World Team Championship.
That's right.
Know? So we overall, when it came to us as a team, our nation topped it. Here comes Tachimoto Haruka of Japan. The Japanese lead 2-1. Ekaterina Denisenkova needs to save it for the Russians. She wins this, she gives them a shout. This goes, and it's all over.
Oh, and a nice Ochi right there for Ippon. So, Tachimoto goes on the attack.
Makes it 3-1, and that makes it easy for her namesake, who's coming up next, Tachimoto Megumi, because the deed is done. The Japanese have won this match.
Very curious to see who went down early, whether it was Hashimoto or Yamamoto.
Especially from a confidence point of view. You know, you want to have your best performances. Okay, it's great if the team could win it and you could lose all yours, but you really want to do it, don't you, with the team. Tachimoto Megumi in the white judogi, Maria Shekerova of Russia in blue. The Russian heavyweight here, Shekerova, is now the #1 choice, and I can't help but remember and mention Elena Ivashenko, who passed away earlier this year. Sad.
Tachimoto went in there with an Ochi of her own there. Didn't quite get the drive as Tachimoto Haruka, but and she looks there for look like a Sasai perhaps. You can hear the Komatsu cheering section are back to support the Japanese, and I'm sure they'll be supporting the Brazilians as well.
Can I wave my Komatsu fan now?
There you go. Sheldon, you have many fans. So with a penalty apiece on the board, no major scores. And now Tachimoto gets her second penalty. Tachimoto this time goes in. That was a better look there at Ochi. Able to hook the leg there and provide a little more drive. And then she takes a look there at Haraigoshi.
Shekerova standing up nice and strong, isn't she? I wonder if we can find out which of the Japanese won. Because although we can tell you the state of the contest, we can't tell you which of the Japanese fighters won. I think Lance Wicks might be able to do that. He's got that kind of knowledge, hasn't he?
Lance is a man of many skills there.
The go-to guy.
That's it.
When you need 200 reals.
Exactly.
Tachimoto, 2 Shidos against Shekerova, now joins her.
I would be curious what the circumstances are as far as that that loan.
Ooh,
and there we go. That was the Ochi that she was looking for there, and that's going to score Yuko. And she's in a good position here for Newaz. It looks like the blue has got her leg tied up, but Tachimoto's working on that a little bit. And there she goes, and we have Yoko Shiho. Surprise, surprise. So Tachimoto gets her Yuko and then follows it up with some nice Asai Komi here as she runs out the clock.
Right, that was the fourth win for the Japanese, as I said. We need another microphone for one for Lance Wicks. So Hashimoto lost or won? Hashimoto was the one who lost. Okay, that tidies that one up. So that wouldn't have been the most attractive of starts for the Japanese, losing the opening contest. But they went on to win.
That put a little pressure on them, but
well, 4-1. You know, I think Hashimoto is a little bit too excited. She's that kind of character, excitable character. She probably will be a little bit too excited. That was the no, it's 5. It says 5-0 here. Couldn't have been on the board. It said
1-1 when we were watching the third match.
Why does it say 5-0? It was 1-1 on the scoreboard, and it says 5-0 here. So they won 5-0.
All right.
Right. Apologies for that. We can only give you as much information as we get. Hey, everybody makes mistakes. Don't worry about it. Right. Now what we're going to do is to go to mat number 2. And the reason that we're going to mat number 2 is because Algeria have only got 3 in their team. So that looks like a tall order against the Netherlands. And on mat number 2, China face Ecuador. Now imagine that. You know, you've got the might of the Chinese, not the nation, but the team as well. And the score there, at the moment, is 2-1.
In favor of?
The Chinese. They've just won this contest, but it was 1-1. So 2-1. That's Xiaodong, my namesake. Li Xiaodong wrapping up her opponent there. So here is the one that Ecuador need to win if they're going to stay in this. Okay, I'm not sure about the. Okay, no, it's 1-1 here. That was the Chinese coming back into it. It's 1-1 on the scoreboard. We've got the under 63 kilo category. That would be right. So it's 1-1. That tied it up.
Right.
For the Chinese.
If the scoreboard is to be trusted.
Yeah, I think so. Because, well, 63 is on there now.
Right.
52 and 57 are the only 2 weights that could.
But it was 1-1 on that Japanese
right.
stand. So.
Okay. Liu in the white judogi. Villavicencio in blue. Almost can't take advantage.
Right.
Turn with the hands, you know. Another, you know, a different level fighter is going to feel that, and you're going to go over. Villavicencio not able to spot that opportunity quick enough.
That was a deep entry there for a second, Ecuador, but she didn't commit to it. Oh, and that was a better entry there by China. Liu grabbing the other side of the skirt there, working on a turnover. Still no major scores here, just one penalty to Ecuador. A little bit of an ashiwaza there by White. And she's looking now for shimewaza here as she grabs a pen leg and blue taps out. So the Chinese, it would appear, took this one. If that was a tap that I saw. Nope, I guess it wasn't a tap out. But I saw that hand going down the tatami. No indication of ippon by the referee, so they're back on their feet.
Not a bad effort.
No, it's a pretty good entry right there.
Mongolia and Cuba down on mat 3. 2-2. Final contest getting underway. And for the Cubans, it's Idalis Ortiz. Imagine that bringing up the rear. World and Olympic champion.
Yeah, that's a fine anchor if you have any squad.
Yeah. Little Batolga has to try and fight off the might of the Cuban champion, Olympic and world.
Yeah, it's definitely a test and a half. Meantime, in this match, still no major scores. Ecuador down by just the one penalty.
Completely new Chinese team. Komi, but she's rolled out of that fairly easily as well. Still free.
Look, a nice bit of a Osai Komi right there.
It's going to be tricky without the team sheets. If we haven't got the team sheets, then it's going to be difficult to bring you the information, because we don't know unless we can read them off the scoreboard who's competing. And then if they're down on mat number 1, then we can't see the scoreboard, so we can't read the names off there. And then they don't always show it on camera, so unless they bring us the team sheets, we're going to be a little bit stuffed. Ojigari from Liu brings Villavicencio down.
Like the way she finished that off by climbing up on there on that shoulder.
Two to one, the Chinese lead now. They lost the opening contest. Diana Kobos. Li came back to win. Liu made it 2-1 for the Chinese, and now she is on the mat. She faces Vanessa Challa. Vanessa Challa's pretty good. She might be able to offer up some hope.
She's got some long limbs, that's for sure. Get those up there, get some leverage. I would assume with her build that Uchimata would be a nice throw. She comes in deep. Maybe looking for Osoto.
Whoa!
Yes. Osoto Makikomi. Very, very nice.
That was really good. And that's exactly what was needed. That was, as we've been saying, that was the money match there, because it's now 2-2. Challa comes up with a second win for Ecuador at the World Championships against China. Okay, but we know that it's, you know, the kiddies team that the Chinese have sent here. Does make it interesting, though.
That's right, that's right.
Really put
Doesn't
her
make
away,
it any less
she?
dramatic. That's right. That was a really nice Osoto right there.
So, the deciding contest in this match between China and Ecuador, then. It's Kang Jie of China, and she faces Marlene Viveros of Ecuador.
Looks like Kang has a few kilos on Viveros here.
We haven't had a smash up yet. Nobody's come in and been, you know, blasted off the mat.
Oh, I don't envy whoever has to stand up to Ortiz.
Ortiz proved a little bit too strong for Batulga down on mat number 3. And the Cuban heavyweight takes it. And the Cuban team take the match 3-2. Chinese coach looks really upset. I suppose this has been a stressful time for her, because she's normally coaching a far stronger group of fighters who can dominate and command contests and matches, but on this occasion she's having to work with string number 3 or 4.
Yeah, she needs to lower her expectations perhaps a little bit, dealing with what she has to deal with.
3 or 4, this is what you're looking at. So it's hard when you come to a World Championships and
that was
those expectations. Couldn't turn her, could she?
Big Osoto. You know, Viveros created a bit of a gap there, and Kang couldn't really bridge that gap. Had a good look at it, though. Kang looking over there for Makikomi. Perhaps Haraigoshi Makikomi.
Chinese a little bit nervous here. Wouldn't want to go out to Ecuador in the first round now, would you?
That would be a little bit of an upset, even with the 3rd or 4th string.
You can put in any number you want. Ecuador beating China is an upset any day of the week, irrespective of who the Chinese have sent.
Well, Viveros needs to do a little bit more work here. Right now, it's been mostly Kang. There was a bit of a turn in there.
There's David McFall to keep you up to date on what's happening.
I'd like to see Viveros work a little bit around the side and perhaps something like a Sasai or Hizaguruma. Maybe slide in a little Kosoto. Something to work around the corners here with Kang. Don't think she's going to be able to manage a Haraigoshi or an Uchimata against her. Ochi perhaps. Oh, and there goes Kang with a big Osoto. Osoto Makikomi. And that will give this match, this contest, for the Chinese. And I think we're probably going to stick around here because we have one of the matches we were previewing a bit there in our opening. Brazil versus Germany. The Germans, they fielded some fine women in the individuals. We saw Vargas Koch and we saw Roper. Brazil, we had Mendes and Silva. So as the Chinese come out, teammates congratulate each other. Good showing there by Ecuador. Good showing. They made it all the way. They made it a really interesting contest, losing just 3-2. And you can hear the fans are getting into this one. Komatsu team pulling both for the Japanese and the Brazilians. I've been told that this support group actually came down from Sao Paulo, which is where Komatsu is based here in Brazil. And you can hear the cheers there, but they're gonna face a tall task here against Germans. Look at that Shimawaza, really nice work there. Just some highlights. Now here we go. Brazil in white and the Germans in blue. Hopefully we can get some team sheets here. So we have Miranda versus Cray. You can hear the cheers here. The initial attack there. And we are rejoined by Sheldon.
There are a few happy faces in the tunnel there from the Chinese as they dodge that bullet.
That's, you know, kudos to Ecuador.
Yeah,
that was
absolutely.
a really, really nice performance there. And, you know, when you got the heavyweight and you look at the differential, that wasn't going to happen. I mean, there was a foregone conclusion, I think, that we're going to see something like Osoto Makikomi.
Yeah, the heavyweight did it for the Chinese, and the heavyweight did it for the Cuban as well, saved their blushes, because they almost got turned over by the Mongolians. I saw the Chinese coach there briefly in the tunnel, and she wiped her brow in a kind of, that was a sweaty moment, you know.
Yep.
Martin Cray of Germany faces Erika Miranda of Brazil. Whoa!
Correa went in for Ochi, and she got caught. Miranda with a great kaishiwaza there. Right at the edge of the mat, to the delight of the hometown crowd here. So Brazil off to a good start. I think they're just double checking here in the video.
Just how much control does she have? This is okay.
You know, the thing was,
Oh, no.
yeah, it's probably going to be a Wazari.
Yeah.
But Correa, I mean, I think she got caught there because as she went in for the Ouchi, she kind of flew that elbow up, and that allowed the Brazilian Miranda to counter there. And Correa goes right back to the well there and goes for another Ouchi. This time having a little better position with her arms.
Maureen Correa had a really good time of it in the individuals. Bronze medal here. Four of her 5 fights were won by Ippon as well. So she's an attacking judoka, but
there we go.
Scored on again there. Yuko this time.
Good attack there by Miranda. Nice little seonage.
She's a monster in the team,
seonage,
Miranda. Yep. She really is. It's all Brazil for her. This is the kind of fighter you want in a team event. It's not about her. She really, really fights for the team. I want to be able to clarify what I mean about as a team player, as a team fighter. Maureen Correa Erika Miranda definitely is. Maureen Correa up against more than just Miranda here. Miranda's got that big Brazilian badge on her chest, and she wears it proudly.
You know, even in team sports, you have that one player, maybe not necessarily, say in football, the quarterback or something like that, but someone who really gets people to rally, stokes the furnace a little bit.
Yeah.
Sounds like Miranda is that kind of player.
Yeah. Well, she sets the tone, doesn't she? She's the first person to step out onto the mat. And when the others see that kind of spirit, that determination, she's gutsy.
Yeah, pardon all the American sports references, but it sounds like Derek Jeter, the New York Yankees, you know, comes out there and, yeah, gets things started. And once you're on a roll there, there's no stopping you.
Well, as we suspected, Korea doing the rollover on Australia at the moment. 2-0 down there.
Trail took a look there, and Makikomi just missed the arm. Covers herself up on the ground. And another turn in there for White. Trail is looking for that shimewaza when they finished up there, but it looks like they call her more on the chin on the neck.
We've got a terrific contest here in the opening match, because you've got the bronze medalist from these World Championships, Maureen Correa, facing the silver medalist, Erika Miranda. Miranda lost out in the final to Kosovo's Mylinda Kelmendi.
Looks for a big Osoto there.
And then comes back with another effort.
I like that. I like them linking those things together.
Yeah, and then she's on top in the Nevas as well. Correa managing to push Miranda back and begin to look for her own attack.
But the call is mate, with Miranda leading by Waza Ari and Yuko, in addition to the penalty either for Correa. So, rather commanding lead with 30 seconds left.
Maria Portela, she'll be up shortly. Before we see Portela, probably Gonna see Quadras. Silva is buzzing around there. Rafaela Silva.
Sure, she'd like to add some more hardware to this game in addition to her gold.
See, it's difficult to tell. We just got to guess because we don't have the team sheet. You know, when we see the faces coming out, then we'll be able to tell you who it is. Chung Da-woon has just won her contest down on mat number 3, making it 3-0 for the South Koreans. Erica Miranda takes it here from Marin Crea.
And you can see that after this round of the women's matches, the men will be coming up. But right now, we're going to focus in on this second match, second contest between Brazil and Germany, and it's Silva for Brazil versus Roper from Germany. This is a bit of a marquee contest as well.
Well, yeah, you've got again the bronze medalist from the individual. The German almost taken down there, Silva. She was the gold medalist. Silva coming down heavily.
You know, Silva, I think she's going for Uchimata and just totally missed the leg.
Silva's fought up at 63 kilos before. We know there was a weight issue at 57.
Oh, and that was
Roper
a good look
almost
by
brings her
Miranda.
down.
By Roper.
She's got that Kosodogaki, which is famous for.
Oh.
Well, I don't think there's going to be anything there.
It was definitely spectacular.
Yeah, yeah.
But they waved that off.
I mean, when they show the replay here, we'll find out what we're talking about. I mean, I haven't seen that kind of technique since my little girl used to watch WWF, you know?
Yes, off the top ropes.
Yeah. And hey, and she throws herself backwards onto her back. Silva. There's going to be no score there.
Silva right there looking for some ashiwaza.
There's another rule thing there to intentionally throw yourself, you know.
Right. Some tight gripping right here. I don't think for this position either one of them are going to be able to do much here. Except for Tomoinage. That was a good idea there by Roper.
I think she went for the Sumigaeshi there.
All right.
Roper.
Stemiwaza nonetheless.
Yep.
And that was a good idea in that body position.
Minute and a half of action. No penalties yet. Roper just needs to do what she did in the individuals here. She didn't face Silva. There's going to be no score there. No score.
It's pretty spectacular. Yeah, Roper's got to just keep aggressively hunting Silva.
Silva can't claim anything. She had no control over Roper as she hit the ground. No score. Same goes for Roper. She can't claim anything.
No score, but definitely an exciting match.
Absolutely.
Here.
Roper needs a second hand on and that Kosodogaki. Just go for it.
And as of now, and as soon as I say this, it's going to change, but no penalties on the board.
See, these are both real big attacking fighters. Yuko. Roper doesn't want to give Silva this kind of time.
doesn't quite have the aggression that we saw in the individual matches.
Well, she's been a little bit more careful. She's fighting the gold medal winner, you know, that kind of thing. 4-0, the Koreans against the Australians, down on mat number 3.
Well, I liked her when she was throwing caution to the wind there.
Exactly. That's when she looks her best. If you crash and burn, you crash and burn.
That's right.
But
like your teammates can pick you up, you know.
Yeah, and you crash and burn with the prospect of burying your opponent. That's her style.
Yeah, and that's really what got her to the podium. Basically, is that aggression there and that charging forward.
Roper has already done her thinking. She's done her thinking off the mat. This is my style. This is the way I approach things. This is what you're going to get. What you don't want to do is to go out there and then start thinking, and you end up not giving the best of yourself.
Yeah, well, we were talking to her on the bus, and they were asking about what her strategy was. Someone was asking, and she said,
I haven't got one.
I've got a strategy for Kumigata.
Yeah.
But that's it. That's it. After that, what happens happens.
I'll go with what comes.
Yeah, and I think it's worked out well for her.
Yeah.
She adjusts to the situation when she's aggressive.
Oh, she's a little bit too far away, though. Not threatening with that.
Not a bad look, but you're right.
Roper's best when she doesn't care who's in front of her. She treats everybody, you know, with disdain.
I was going to say with disdain.
Exactly.
Equally with disdain.
Yeah, I'm not worried about who you are or what you've done. I'm going to do what I do. And she does it really well. There's nobody in that category that Miriam Roper couldn't put away.
This is part of also from Silva's side. When you are the world champion, people will approach you with a little bit more caution here.
Too far away again.
And with less than a minute left, Silva working on trying to turn over, but more importantly, working on that clock.
Beginning to lose her gi pants, I'm afraid. We run the risk of getting a full view of the cycling shorts. Some of the fighters have different likes with regard to what they wear, you know, under their gi. Luckily for Silva that she's gone for the cycling shorts today. She's just about to lose her gi bottoms.
Well, I think a lot of athletes go for the compression shorts and things like that. You know, supposedly it aids the circulation and things like that. A little better support.
20-odd seconds left to go. Silva still leading by that single U-coat.
Interesting, during that break, the referee did not ask her to tidy up those pants.
I think she did them herself.
Okay.
And now she's just going to dance away.
Yep. So Silva is going to give Brazilians a 2-0 lead here.
Silva runs the risk here of being given Hansokumake. I'm not sure if she realizes this, but she runs the risk here of being given Hansokumake. She ran out of the area, and now they haven't even had a chance to look at it. They're gonna leave it. They
Yeah, that was a bit ugly there at the end.
She refused to give her opponent the opportunity to take a grip. That's the least that you can do.
Well, the Germans fall behind 2-0.
Caitlin Quadras of Brazil faces Martina Traidos of Germany. And this is 2-1 now.
It's up to Traidos to keep him in the game.
Traidos has to win this one. Has to make it 2-1, and to give Vargas Koch and Kulbs the chance to bring it home for Germany. I think this is a mistake by the Brazilians to put Quadros at 63.
So you think they're giving she's got a chance here?
Traidos should win this. This is a big risk. They had other 63-kilo fighters that they could have put in. Mariana Silva or Catherine Campos. I think they would have been stronger there, but they've decided to go for Quadros.
Now, next competition on round 1. The contest for Cuba and Uruguay.
Well, and there we go. That should score Yuko.
That's what I thought. There was enough there for Traidos to pick up a score, a Yuko. She hadn't completely lost control. She rolled off her opponent after they landed, and I think there was enough there for Yuko. They're going to say no, and we continue. Traidos with plenty of time. It's 3:16. Quadros is on the ground. You want to make her pay for going down there. Just work her away. Let her do the defending. Foot comes out.
Comes out, but gets wrapped up again.
Goes again.
Trying to peel that out, but
she's not putting enough pressure on the head.
Well,
so Quadros can concentrate on the bottom half. She really has to put a lot of pressure on the top, and when she did put the pressure on the top, she lost the leg.
You know, I was surprised too at how high the German's hips were when she was getting that leg out initially.
Yeah.
Then when she switched over a little bit more sideways, you know, I think when she decided to change, okay, instead of going from Tate Shiho, I would go for this this Kazude Keisakatame position here.
She should also have controlled that far arm and brought that across the chin. Thought there was a bit of a mistake there.
It was a little bit loose and sloppy when she was working off a Yoko Shiho, but once she switched over to that Kazude Keisakatame, everything seemed to tighten up there. As you said, she could have done a little better job, but it was effective in the end.
Quadros loses the contest.
You called it.
This was the wrong choice for me. Oh, sorry, I just looked at another mat there, and I saw Denis Iyatsev of Russia absolutely clattering one of the Colombians down on mat number 3. Right, so they were 2 down. The Germans were 2 down. The Brazilians could have put the match away, but they decided to put in Quadros. They've lost. There's a sniff of the chance then for the Germans.
They left the door open here.
Right, and now Maria Portela has to fight the world silver medalist, Laura Vargas Koch. A young German, strong, with really, really good throwing skills. This is a big ask now.
I'll tell you what,
for Portela.
We were in the warm-up area yesterday. The arms on Vargas Koch were impressive, to say the least. I think we mentioned before, Malloy has those forearms of her, but Vargas Koch has got some biceps. I would be loath to getting an arm wrestling match with her. Let's put it that way.
Well, they didn't face each other in the individuals. Both fighters pick up penalties, and I think it's just because Laura Vargas Koch has just decided to slow things down a little bit. You know,
control the tempo,
now.
right?
She knows that this is, as they say, this is the money match. You know, they lose, they're out. She wins,
they're in.
They're in with a shot, and you can see her teammate there, Kulbs, is just waiting in the wings.
I like her chances. We'll see what Portela can put up. I sense, despite the Komatsu crew cheering, I sense some nervousness in the Brazilian crowd here.
Here comes Vargas Koch. He's let go of the belt.
Oh,
And a great counter from Portela. What a
Portela.
great counter.
I think Vargas came in
Yeah.
with Uchimata, totally missed the leg,
Yep,
and Portela was all over
Yeah,
it.
as we said, it's the hands that a top player can feel. That the girl from Ecuador missed that this morning, didn't she? But the Kazakh girl missed the chance. No chance of missing there with Portela, and now it's game over.
Game on. By the way,
Game over.
that's right, game over. A serious black eye there for Portela. I didn't notice that after the individuals, but
Just through a little bit too soon for me. She was doing the right thing by just keeping slowing the tempo down a little bit. The Germans have just got back into the match. Could have just taken that little bit of time to feel her way into the contest.
just missed that leg.
And she went really big, and when she did, missed and went over.
Well, we talked before during the individual about risk and reward. That was heavy risk.
Yeah, well, it was total commitment
Yep.
from
It would have been a
Vargas Koch.
big Uchimata.
Oh yeah. There's no holding back there. And now Yasmin Kubs, is only there to tidy up the scoreboard, if that.
Make it look closer.
Yeah, because we've got Maria Suelen Altherman of Brazil looking to close it out for the Brazilians.
Yeah, create a little larger, wider margin of victory. So they're all locked up here. So far, Altherman has provided a little bit more action there in terms of fence. Klubs comes over with a big Makikomi for a second. Altherman collapses on her knee. And it's still just the one Yuko to Brazil.
I'm sure I saw the French women defeat Colombia, but we haven't had that result yet. And yet we've got the Cuban men and the Uruguayan men down on mat number 1.
And we told you that we have a Brazil-Germany matchup for women and men, and actually they follow right after each other on this mat too. But the Brazilian women have locked this one up. This is just an extra match for the record books here. And Klubs comes over with her Makikomi there, and she had a shot there at the beginning. A good start. Couldn't quite turn over Alpha. And Roper is being consoling Koch Vargas, who really went for it there.
Well, that's the time that that it's down to you. You carry the team, and she wanted to give her team a shot. She went big, and had it come off, everyone would have been screaming her praises, including
That's right.
myself. But she did what we wanted Roper to do, which was to go hard, go big. And she just missed.
Yep.
Beautifully caught by Portela.
Exactly. Portela
Really.
had that, and there was actually a little subtle shift too with her legs when she missed. I mean, she could have missed and
Yeah.
still been standing, but Portela was really on top of it.
She was waiting for it.
Shifted the weight and then rolled the arms. Perfect timing.
Waiting for it. Minute 40 odd left to go. What I'm going to do is I'm going to make way for Dave Brown. He's going to sit in with David McFall in preparation for Brazil, Germany, Mark II. It'll be the men after this. And here's David McFall.
So we see Otherman going in there looking for an Osoto. She still leads by Yuko with under a minute and a half left in this match. Good morning, David.
Good morning.
How are you this morning?
Very good.
Looking very New Zealand, wearing all black today.
Right, all black.
There we go.
Of course, I've got Japan, so I don't think it's going to make much difference.
Yes. Well, hopefully they'll have a good showing.
No, that's right. And also, there's individual pride at stake in terms of people, you know, showing what they've got.
Absolutely.
And, so it's not a lost cause in the sense that it is still a very live fight against good fighters.
That's right. That's right. Well, when we showed up this morning, and this morning, as you all know, we started at 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
We hit the venue about a little bit before 8, about 7:30ish. The Japanese women were the first people in the dojo, in the stadium here. And not only did they have all their team members, but they had some supporters in judo-gi. Ueno Yoshie was somebody's uchikomi partner, so they were raring to go.
That's serious.
Yes.
And looks like, well, Brazil has got through in this one.
Yep. Brazil went through there with that Vargas Koch, where she missed that Uchimata and just got flattened. But we'd much rather see someone go for it than have a match that ends up on penalties or something like that.
Sure.
This one, just a Yuko, but there's actually been some pretty good attempts here on both sides. Klubs comes in there looking for perhaps Ouchi. And that's it. So this was one of the ones we were looking at when we previewed, and it's the Brazilians who come out on top.
Yeah. Well, and what was your feeling that was going to happen?
Actually, that was one I think I was too close to call.
Okay.
So I hedged.
You hedged your bets.
I hedged my bets. I mean, we were looking at, you know, Silva and Roper and some of those other matches where it was very tight, you know. And it's really nice to see, you know, a gold medalist versus a bronze medalist.
Yeah.
And we're going to stay on this mat because coming up, we're going to have the men's Brazil-Germany match up there. And we'll see.
Both drew the same country.
That's right. That's right. So we'll see perhaps if the German men can avenge this loss by the German women.
One of the things that we were commenting on earlier, I was actually talking to the Georgian people about how that bottom half, Pool C and Pool D, are tough.
Yeah.
See, we're talking about Georgia. First they have to get past France.
Yep.
Then they probably have to get past Mongolia. Right? Then Japan. I mean, it's a big ask.
Well, let's put it this way. They get through all that, they deserve to be near the top of the podium.
Just a feeling that the bottom half was a lot stronger than the top half, but
well, the luck or unluck of the draw.
yeah, that's right. Just no.
That's how
just how it is.
That's how the cookie crumbles. So
how the balls fell.
That's right. That's right. Well, actually, they were lifted, but
no, they fell into.
They fell into it.
To the big fish bowl, which we have right here with us.
That's right. That's right.
It's all very dramatic, isn't it, the draw?
Yep. I'm looking here. If this goes to the end and it's Tolzer versus Silva again,
yeah,
that would be really interesting.
This is a hedge bet as well, isn't
That's
it?
right. That's right. I'm not betting any drinks on this one either.
Okay, I understand that. I won't either. I've got to preserve my lead.
Yeah. Well, Chibana, even though he didn't earn a medal, looked pretty spectacular in the individuals, especially with some of his Kaishiwaza. So we'll see how he does against Seidel here. got to watch out. He's extremely flexible. He's got some good reflexes.
Did Tolzer and Silva meet in the? Where did they come in the?
Yes, I think that was in the semifinals.
Semi, yeah.
And of course, it was Silva who came on top and then had the pleasure and privilege of fighting Rainier.
Yeah, but I actually thought, to me, Silva was very stiff-armed, and he wasn't picked up for it. He was pushing out, and he didn't give Tolzer much of a chance to get in. I thought he was lucky to get away with that. Doesn't say he wasn't going to win, but he was certainly
manhandling. Yes,
very stiff-armed.
And he definitely wasn't going to duke it out with Tolzer on the ground.
No. And it's amazing how I mean, Tolzer's a big guy, but Silva was much bigger.
Yes. Yes. Well, I was looking at the tail of the tape there. It actually looked like Silva's got a centimeter even on Rainier.
Yeah, yeah.
So he's a big fella. But, and meantime, Chibana had a good look there for a second at some Osai Kobe. And they're going to stand these guys up again. So the Brazilian crowd getting into it. Not quite the size of crowd we had yesterday, but it's still early.
That's right.
And it is Sunday, so maybe a few folks are at church.
And made it easy to get here on the roads.
That's right, that's right. It was clear cruising here on the roads.
What I can't understand is that it's still the same price.
Yeah.
10 minutes quicker.
That's right, that's right.
Maybe it's distance.
Speaking of Silva, there he's looking on a little bit there. He would love Chibana to get them off to a good start with a win here.
Yeah.
Take the pressure off him.
A bit of revenge.
Exactly. Then he could kind of cruise against Tolzer. And with 2 minutes down, we still have no scores and no penalties. A nice Uchimata attempt there by Chibana. Good deep entry. It looked like he might have slipped his hand there. Oh. There's another nice look there by Chibana. Again, I think it's his surite.
I thought there was
a counter there?
It looked like their potential. I don't think it was, but it looked like it might have gone that way.
Yeah, it looked like the German had something in mind.
Yeah.
As Chibana tidies things up, I'd like to have a look at that replay. And first penalty goes out to Blue. And Blue went in for Ouchi, and Chibana had a thought there, and then he went in for his own Uchimata. Then a little stemiwaza by Blue there, so. Seal says, I'm in Brazil, let me show some newaza. Show what the Europeans can do on the floor.
The BJJ.
Yep. Well, I'm sure not just the Brazilians, I'm sure a lot of these athletes are cross-training.
Yeah.
We didn't see the individuals so much, but I was really surprised when we were at the cadets at how many of the cadets the newaza they were working on, and a lot of it was Osai Komi coming off Sankaku.
Right, yeah. Yeah, but that's been sort of prevalent for a while, you know, in terms of
I would say of the newaza ippons, I would count it maybe at 70%.
Yeah?
Yeah, it was a large number and a number of countries.
Yeah.
Meantime, these two fellows are working on some newaza there. They're going toe-to-toe on the ground.
There's the beauty of it is technique, of course. You tie them up, you've got the benefit of strangle, you have the potential for arm bars.
Exactly.
And if all else fails, you just move up a bit and hold them down.
Well, not so much for the last part, the Osai Komi, but I've always liked Jigoku Jime for that because you've got all kinds of options. none of them comfortable for the opponent.
Yeah.
And so we're down to the last minute here. Germany trails just by a penalty. And I'm sure Chibana would love to drag Germany down a little bit Newaze here and burn some time off the clock. Yes, it is a bit of a nail biter. And Chibana is still going all out.
Going out for it, isn't he?
I love it.
That's what we're talking about, the tactics. Keep going.
Yeah, it is. Well, he's only, I mean, the thing is, he's only ahead by a penalty, so he doesn't want to risk tying things up here with 39, 38 seconds left. Sidel had a good look there, I thought, at Ouchi. It's a shame considering how little time is left that he didn't push that a little bit further.
What do you think of this format where you always start with the lightweight to heavy as opposed to a random start?
I like it. I like it. It works for me. I know what you're saying. I mean, if you had the random start, you could think of it more dramatic possibilities, perhaps.
Yes, correct.
But I guess I'm just used to that from this is the way the Japanese usually fight, from light to heavy. So
you know, like let's say we started with the 81s.
Yeah.
Then those fights, those three fights have some meaning.
Exactly.
It's quite often by the time you get to the heavyweights, it's a done deal.
It's true.
Yeah.
But then of course you have the other times where you know it's 2-2 and you get into heavyweights and
yeah, that makes a difference.
Right.
But that could happen in the other, you know. They used to do it that way. They used to do it a random start.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, Chibana didn't really have to use that Kaishiwaza that we were talking about in this round, but he manages. Actually, this is a typical match in which you have no offensive scores. You got one penalty on the board, but actually it was a really exciting match with a lot of good attempts.
Yeah.
Both in Tachiwaza and in Newaza. And so Brazil picks up its first scalp there.
Winner of the first fight for Brazil,
and Mendoka went out a little bit early, I believe, in the individuals. Double check on that. So he has his chance to tidy things up. Actually, he made it up, looks like he made it just before the quarters.
Right. Lost to Van Tichtley.
That's right. That's right. And he was one of those that the Brazil fans were really pulling for, and when he failed to advance there, it definitely took some wind out of the sails of the crowd.
Seems a long time ago now, doesn't it?
It seems like ages ago, ages ago. Well, so let's see if Mendoka can make it 2-0 for Brazil. Meanwhile, Wandick would much rather could tie things up here.
It's all pretty even at this stage. Just over a minute gone.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay, and the first penalty goes out to White.
Stepping out. Didn't look that obvious, did it?
No, I didn't catch that. So now, as opposed to the last match, this time Brazil is the one down by a penalty, but still really early in this match. And some good attacks by Blue. Waiting for Mendoka to have his first big attack. He seems to have a little bit of an issue trying to get a sleeve grip on the German.
The Germans look a little stronger.
Yeah.
Last minute. More attempts, and
I'm still waiting for Mendoka to have a good attempt here.
Yeah, exactly.
And he might find himself with another yellow card.
Yep. You're picking it.
It took me 6 days. All right. And now, looks like that lit a fire to Mendoka, at least in terms of Kumigata. But again, we're still waiting for an attack by him. So Germany leads by the 2 penalties to Mendoka, and there he finally goes in for an attack. Trying to slide in there, I guess, for a Seonage, but sprawls out in the tatami. Wendick flies in there for his own Seonage, but really didn't have a grip on the gi at all.
No, but got away with it.
That's
So
right.
he's still trying to be positive and active and not let the Brazilians settle.
Just looking at Brazil's draw here for the men, if they survive this, they have the honor and privilege of fighting either Kazakhstan or Korea.
Yeah.
So that's not going to be.
Nice attack from Brazil there.
That's not going to be any pushover either.
He knows he's got to get into his work. Yep.
And then if they manage to go to that, they would be fighting either the winner of. Well, we were thinking a couple rounds ahead there, but in the other side,
German goes up a Wazari.
other pool we have Russia and Cuba. So I don't think we're going to find any easy things on the draw here for the home team.
No.
Yeah, that was
Nice.
nicely done.
Yeah.
Good timing.
I think assisted by the Brazilians' anxiety.
Yes, well, a minute and a half is probably a little early for desperation. But yeah, he had maybe a sense of urgency there. And blue goes in there for a Osoto Makikomi. As we were saying before, it's nice to see that these guys are doing lots of positive judo here.
And supporters are
That's right.
burning a lot of energy waiting for
That's
their
right.
fights. I guess they figure if their guys in front of them are winning, that it takes less pressure off them.
That's exactly what it is. You got that 3-0 or 3-1 lead going into your match. Then the key thing is don't embarrass yourself and make sure not to get hurt.
I've often thought there should be each match is $5,000 up for grabs, and each fight you win, it's $1,000 that team. So that if it's a dead rubber, there's something still on it.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. Maybe something as affluent as you can sponsor that.
You may be talking to the wrong guy.
Oh, sorry. All Americans are rich. Everyone knows that. Except the judo guys, you say?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
okay.
yes. No one has ever accused me of being affluent.
That was affluent, not...
Yeah. My wallet is thin, and it's not because I have big denominations in there either. All right, so
Yep, a good victory there.
the German does his job and evens things up, courtesy of that waza ari when he got that kaishi waza against Mendoka.
Winner of the
So the Germans, they're hanging in there.
Yep, 1-1.
There it is. Actually, wasn't so much a Kaishiwaza. It was really good timing there in the attack. Not waiting for the Kumigata, just driving in there. And so now for Brazil, we have Victor Penalbar versus Marisch for Germany. So with the score all tied up 1-1, this is definitely the rubber match. See if someone could take a lead here. Though, of course, for drama, we would love it to come down to the heavyweights and have Tolzer and Silva really battle it out for something meaningful.
Exactly.
Yeah, Dave over here is chomping on the bit here because after this one, we're going to see Japan versus New Zealand, see if the Kiwis can take a couple scalps.
And there's no bet on that one either. Just in case you were thinking.
Oh, come on, Dave. You can bet with your heart, and I'll bet with my head and see if I can even up my bar tab. No score yet, no penalties. Not even a minute and a half into this match yet, and these two are still filling each other out.
It's interesting. I think we've seen like the absence of a lot of penalties as opposed to the individuals. I think these guys come up a bit fired and they're ready to have a go.
Well, the difference too is that if you blow your match, you've got your teammates can get you back into the business here.
Yeah,
so you could take a little more risk because.
Yeah. But everyone seems a little bit more perky and aggressive, you know. And,
yes. One of the reasons why we're looking forward to the teams, because we do see this aggression. These two in Kenkayotsu, neither one of them able to reach over yet for the sleeve. And so as a result,
they're going to be both pinged for that. So no, only one.
Only one.
That's because Blue was backing up.
Ah.
So the reality is, if you're coming forward, you're actually trying to make the play to grab.
Right.
But I thought that was a little bit both ways there. But anyhow, that's the way it's seen, and not a bad idea to make the difference.
Well, that's definitely going to encourage the German to reach over there and
You penalise both.
commit a little more.
Yeah, okay.
Exactly. And that was a decent turn in by Penalba. Good depth, but he really couldn't hold on to the gi there. So the home team is up by just a penalty here in this contest. The overall match is even at 1 apiece. Oh, and that was a good look there for Penelber.
Yeah.
With the counter there. Got the leg in there, couldn't quite turn over the upper body of Marisch. Some interested observers there. So now he can see the scoreboard behind there. It's less than a minute and a half. Blue down by penalty. Hopefully this last minute we'll see a little more action than we've seen in the previous 4.
See, they're still mucking around with those hands on the other side. You see, if you follow, White is trying to grab.
That's right. He's making more of an effort than Blue.
Yeah.
And we'll see if the referee notices that as well. German teammates urging support. They don't want to fall behind 2-1 here. Just a penalty to White would make things really interesting, but Penalver seems to be just a little bit of an edge of the aggressor. Finally, Marish goes in for some Ashiwaza, but misses. And now down 2 with less than half a minute in the match.
See, it's Blue who keeps breaking that hand away.
Yeah. At this point, picking up those penalties is almost like you'd want to offer that sleeve and then see if it. Oh, that was a better look by Blue. Probably his best of the day.
Yeah, but just
but
about
the
a good
closing
count.
seconds there would have been pretty spectacular if he'd pulled that one off. But now Germany is down 2-1. So let's see if Brazil can clean the table with the Germans, both in the women's and the men's division.
And Korea's just taken, the men's taking a 5-0 victory over Kazakhstan. Korea's will all, you talk about the Japanese women, I think the Korean men will be looking for a bit of compensation as well.
True. As much as I'd like to take your money, Dave, and see Japan, New Zealand, I'm also eyeing up mat number 3, that Georgia-France matchup. Looks like a strong one.
Sure.
So you'll forgive me, we're gonna watch the end of this, and then we'll probably head over that way. Meantime, I'm sandwiched between 2 Kiwis here who are gonna take me out, but you know, you folks at home, especially the New Zealand crowd, you can choose any channel. So let's see if Silva here, and we're not talking about the heavyweight, can take care of Oldenthal. Make it
3 silvers in the Brazilian team, men and women. Yeah.
popular surname here in the home country.
Okay, he's going to get the hold down. Oh, no.
Oh.
Did they both go out?
I didn't think the Silva was out. I thought his legs were still in there. Looked like a fun opportunity for Blue to get the Germans back in the game here. Oldenthal in hot pursuit in Newaza. And Silva says, hey, we could do that too over here in Brazil. So at the first minute, we're seeing far more action than we saw in 5 minutes in the last match.
Yep.
Oldenthal goes in there for, looks like Uchimata there. Good entry, but not much Kazushi, and so he collapses.
Got his overhand grip. Oh.
Oh, that
yes.
was lovely.
Yuko there. Yeah.
Silva did well to prevent anything more than Yuko. As the German Tries to work on a turnover there. I guess he was working on the arm there, trying to get a Juji Katame. Couldn't really peel it out.
There's the throw. Nice Tominagi. And good turnout.
I like the way he set up that Yoko Tomoinage, the way he shifted his hips over and got his foot in a nice position there. And again, Silva was good to spin out of that at the bottom, but not before picking up a Yuko. Or his opponent picking up a Yuko. There we go. See him spinning around there.
Now, there's a hint of a bridge in that. Head and feet and then the turn. Yeah, so here we go. Ippon. All right, because head and feet.
That's right.
And then, so it's a bridge from the, and then he went onto the side, so.
Yeah, the way he landed, actually, the feet were planted down there.
And his head was down.
His head was already down there.
You watch this. Here we go. It's head, feet, and then side.
That actually looked like a more kobudo, old school Japanese jiu-jitsu ukemi, in which you don't have tatami and you have hardwood floors and.
Yep. Okay. Now you've got your wish.
There we go. Wishes do come true at the end of the Worlds here, and let's see if Tolzer can avenge his loss there. See if he learned anything. And just yesterday we were saying that that was his swan song, yesterday's bronze medal, but now we see him here in the team championship. So
he's going to retire. Is that what you're saying?
That's what it looks like.
Right. Now we have to watch Silva here in terms of how he holds his grip and what his arms are doing.
I like this grip by Tolzer, the way he's got it there, and he's got Silva's arm trapped up there. And now Silva's arm comes out.
Yeah, and Tolzer gets the Rosari.
And Tolzer's got him on the ground, which is going to be dangerous here.
No, it's not a hold.
It's not a hold down. That's right. Now it is.
Yeah, you've got a few extra seconds present there.
And so it would appear that the Germans might be able to avenge the women's loss here, as Tolzer's got this position here. And so that one lived up to the billing. Tolzer gets his revenge on Silva and pulls out the deciding match.
He's very excited.
And he's excited. I'm excited. The Brazilian fans, not so much. So I would say it's a slight upset, giving the home field advantage, looking at Silva's record against Tolzer. I don't know what their overall head-to-head record. Let's see what they got in the individuals.
And when we did the review the other day, or yesterday, my view was that Tolzer would beat Silva, but it didn't happen. I was just a day early.
Yes, exactly. So we're going to take a look at, just let them bow out here, and then we're going to switch over to mat number 3, where we have Georgia versus France. And we'll allow Dave to keep an eye on the New Zealand-Japan match and let us know if there's anything exciting happening over there. Hopefully, I'm sure Dave's pulling for the All Blacks.
Yeah. The All Blacks is one thing, New Zealand judo team's another.
Okay.
France is this first fight, under 66 in the France-Georgia match, and LaRosse is one Yuko up, and just got a Wazari. Now, there's a little bit of overconfidence in the Japanese team. They've put 4 out against the New Zealand's 5.
A little cheeky they are.
Are they? So one of the New Zealanders is going to have a win.
So there you go. Take them any way you can get them, right?
And a cute little red-headed Tekko guy is very happy about that.
Meantime, on mat number 3 in the French-Georgian setup, we have Shashta Tuashvili of Georgia versus LaRose. LaRose went out early in the individuals. So he looks like he's fighting up a weight class here.
So what do you think? The Japanese don't have 5 fighters? Or are they just resting somebody?
Well, perhaps they have a tea corner in the back of the practice area and someone's imbibing a little Ocha there. Meantime, LaRose is up.
Yeah.
We should update that. He's up by
Yeah, I've already done
Yuko
that.
to Wazari.
Yeah, exactly.
So despite it appears to me that he's giving up a weight class, the speed and stealth of LaRose is going to help him get through this first contest of what may prove to be a very, very interesting matchup between Georgia and Japan.
That's the other part of it, isn't it? That these guys wouldn't fight each other because different weight categories.
That's right. That's right. Part of the allure of the team competition.
Okay, so France go one up there, courtesy of LaRoche.
So you guys have been taking close attention of the Georgia-France matchup. You guys kind of missed out on Brazil-Germany.
Yes.
Because the Germans have just put out.
Oh no, we did that one.
Oh, you did that,
We did it, yes,
and now you've moved
come
over.
to-
Oh, okay. Well, in that case, you missed.
David didn't. He thought this fight might be more interesting than the New Zealand-Japan one.
I wonder what made him think that. You missed out on Lasha Shavdatuashvili and David LaRose. LaRose just beat the Olympic champion.
No, we saw that went out. So
okay.
Yeah.
It's all shaping up nicely now. Russia saw off Colombia 5-0. That was the first drubbing. I think first and only one I've seen. Today. I didn't see the Cuba-Uruguay one. That may have been ugly as well.
Kazakhstan men lost 5-0.
Really?
Yep.
I'm surprised about that.
Yep.
The Koreans really put one over on them then. Well, that was the stumbling block for the Brazilians, having to face Germany in the first round. That was a bridge too far. The Japanese have won their first contest on mat number 2 against the New Zealanders.
Sorry to correct you, that's the second one.
Oh, is it already?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Ono Shoei,
What do you
the
mean
73,
already?
yeah. Well, they've only been out there for... they haven't been out on the mat for a minute yet. And there's the third contest coming up. It's not fair to talk about the fighters in those terms. They've really worked hard to get here. Deserve a little bit more respect from me than just you know, flippant comment. So all credit to the New Zealand team.
The Japanese feel the same as you. They only put 4 out.
Yeah. That's not very nice of them. Okay. New Zealand on the board. How's he had luck? Anything can happen.
Yeah, a Yuko. It's Mr. Brewer.
Is that Nagashima Keita? They're just caught there. Anyway, that's on the adjoining mat. It's Tatalashvili and Duprat. The French lead 1-0. David Larosse in the background looking on, as is Teddy Riner, the heavyweight figure, looming large.
I thought he only came in for the final.
Yeah, he has done in the past,
Yes.
but obviously they've weighed this up correctly.
Yeah.
And
This is a tough match to get through.
yeah. Well, you had the Olympic champion opening up. You had to put in your best team, because he's the balance.
Yeah.
For that.
Yes.
You know.
Well, it's a guaranteed fight almost, isn't it?
The strong ones for the Georgians would be. This is a strong mashup. This is essential. If Tatalashvili loses here, end of story.
Right.
They've already reached this stage. With that loss from Lasha Shavdatuashvili. Mat number 1, Uzbekistan over Ukraine. Not sure what it was that Lance Wick saw that he was interested in.
Getting agitated about.
Something happened down there? Fisticuffs or handbags? All right. Yeah, the Georgians would have been looking at Chirikishvili, Lipatiliani, and Shavdatuashvili to do it for them. Those would have been their 3 wins. They may have rubbed out Okrashvili over Riner, and probably Chirikishvili and Pietri. So Tatalashvili, Shavdatuashvili and Lipatiliani would have been their bankers. Well, they lost one. So
So just a bit distracted there.
yeah, sure.
2 Azaris to Japan. So Brewer is lost that match and is out, which gives the Japanese a 3-0 advantage.
Still trying to trying to look into the crystal ball and see how this is going to shape up here.
Yeah.
No doubt about it. This is the must-win contest. Tatalashvili, Pietri and Chirikishvili is going to be an absolute barnstormer, as David McFall calls it. Because what you've got is a repeat of the World Championship final. Coming up next, Pietri and Chirikishvili, round 2.
Oh.
Dave Brown was momentarily distracted by Chichinue as he
a beautiful ippon against Costa. So.
Buried Costa, didn't he?
Yep.
Right, a narrow victory there for Tatalashvili, but an important one.
To keep them on.
Because, yeah, it keeps them in it. 1-1. Right, we come to the business end of things. Is that Bronkhorst there?
Yep.
Look how tiny he looks.
Of course, he's usually well under 60.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, the other fighter, the 66 fighter, had dislocated his finger in his competition, and he couldn't grip enough to do this fight. So Bronkhorst went up. You're right, he's a very tiny little fella, isn't he?
Good for him.
Yeah.
That shows spirit and heart. That's the kind of thing you want in a team event. Right. Here's a repeat then of the final of a couple of days ago. Avtandil Chirikishvili of Georgia faces Loic Pietri of France. And as Neil Adams likes to say, what's going to happen here? He's only a few feet away. I could go and ask him. Oh, Chirikishvili, I wonder if they're going to give a score. They're going to have a look at this. I don't think there was enough control. I don't think there was enough control from Chirikishvili to claim a score.
No.
No. I guessed that one right.
I wonder if they show a replay.
Gonna have to get off that. He's seen it enough now. He knows that that's what Pietri has got. Got to try and stay away from both the Ippon Senagi and the Morote, and off the other side as well. 3. Well, he's got to avoid the shoulders, Pietri's shoulders. Hashimoto Yuki on mat number 2 doing a number. Yes.
Here counter to Georgia for Wazari.
This is where it gets really hard now. You can see Rinne beginning to perspire because what he doesn't want is not to have a chance. But he could get wiped out of this. He could be, exactly, the existence of Rinne could be nullified. It's not important. We're not going there. We're finishing this early. That's what the Georgians are looking forward to. Hashimoto Yuki has done the business on mat number 2. And she's won the opening contest for the Japanese women in their match. There he goes again, not going to get off it.
No.
And Chirikishvili, and oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
That's nice from Chirikishvili. Stays there just to help his man up.
Yeah.
I've seen a few of the fighters.
Didn't sit on him.
Yeah, didn't sit on him. I've seen a few of the fighters. The circuit, I think, has a little bit to do with this.
Yeah.
You see them so often.
Yes.
You know, you get to become friends, and they know you know them and everything. And it's all about what happens on the mat. The minute that's finished, you know, you can go back to being, you know, normal people. So 2-1 now. 2-1. Well, we've already said this morning that contest number 4 is the money contest. Yeah. Axel Clerget of France faces the daunting task of overcoming Varlam Lipatiliani, and the only thing that Teddy Rinne wants is a shot at Adam Okrashvili. If Clerget gives this to the French, this place will go crazy.
I was talking, as I mentioned earlier, of course, that the bottom half, it seems a lot tougher. I mean, I was talking to the Georgians who say, look, we have to overcome France, then we probably have to overcome Mongolia.
Yes.
And then maybe Japan. So
yeah, that's where the world title is.
Yeah.
It's one of those. For me.
Yeah.
You know, one from Japan, Georgia, or France. The French couldn't do anything different. They had their number 1 in at 66. Only Hugo Legrand was missing.
Oh, right, yes.
At 73. And that's the one that they lost on.
Ah, right.
Pierre Duprat. Couldn't hold it up there for him. With the greatest of respect to Pierre Duprat. He had to come up against Tatalashvili. Tough. It's Georgia.
Yeah.
You know.
Interesting if that was whether Legrand was injured or...
He probably was.
You'd think he'd be fighting otherwise, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
And a match like this, which is important, they wouldn't be holding him back.
Yeah. Yeah. Clerget, not out of it yet. Both fighters have been penalised once. No heroics from Lipatiliani, and Clerget just, you know, making a little bit uncomfortable on the edge of the mat there for the Georgian. A lot of nervous people watching at home, I know, because a lot of them have backed Georgia. We had so many emails.
Oh, yes.
Well, they're really popular because of the number of times that they've actually ended up winning the thing.
Yes.
You know, they've got that team, the bit between the teeth when it comes to teams.
Now we have here the Georgians claiming there was a leg grab in there.
Well, they might show it again.
That's the thing with these team events, they all become referees instantly. They're going to have a little check.
Well, the one who's claiming it actually happens to be a referee, be a physiotherapist, and he knows it is. He knows his stuff, the big Georgian. And that is the end of it.
Right.
Right, Lipatiliani, we haven't seen it yet. Lipatiliani takes the contest. He's not going to stay around for any post-mortem. He's just glad to get it over and done with. And now Okroashvili will face Teddy Riner in what is, you know, a rubber stamp on the contest. I wonder, let's have a look and see what happens here. No, there's no need for that. Lucky Marius Visa isn't here. No, that's not right. It's not right.
I thought you weren't allowed to do that.
Well, he's not, but he has done.
No, they're holding the fight.
Yeah, but there's nothing they can do.
No, they must fight.
No, you cannot make him fight. What you can do is to disqualify him.
No, you can.
But they're going out anyway,
yeah,
so it doesn't matter.
Okay,
and so that's why he would take it.
Yeah.
You can tell Riner what you want now.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't have another fight. Now, if it was the quarterfinal, if they'd got to the quarterfinal stage, what would happen is that Riner would not be allowed to fight in another contest,
match.
And that way he would fight. But he knows that he doesn't have to fight.
And there's any recrimination
exactly
is of no effect.
Absolutely, Dave.
Yes.
Anything that they do to him and the French team is moot because they're out.
Yeah. Are the French women in?
Yes, they are.
Well, there is,
Yeah.
you can look at the delegation.
Yes, as far as the delegation is concerned, that's a good point.
Well, Mr. Riner has deigned to come onto the mat and fight. So, of course, as we said, a dead rubber, but compelled to fight by the rules, the team rules, where you can't opt out. You wonder how much his heart is in it, but of course he'll be trying to keep his coming up to 3-year record of not being beaten intact, so I guess he's got something to fight for. Not a lot happening in this fight so far. Now battling for a grip with the offhand. The referee won't take much more of that. The Georgian comes in for the grip, just above the belt. We're outside the area, so back to the middle. So a bit of bragging rights for the Georgian involved here. So Sheldon's just been away to clarify what would happen if he refused.
Well, they had already decided that the team who has a fighter in it that is entered on the team sheet must fight.
Yes.
He cannot enter on the team sheet and they say that he's injured. If he's injured, then he's not entered on the team sheet and only 4 of them go out there.
Sure.
The minute you say that I'm on the team sheet, it means that you are fit to fight and you fight whatever the score is.
Sure.
You know, 4-0, 3-1,
Okay,
you know, or whatever it is. You've said that you're going to fight. Now, in the event that you should decide that you're not going to fight, your whole team will forfeit the match. But he'd already lost.
Yes.
So we couldn't have made him fight.
No.
He was persuaded to fight.
Yes.
Because it was the right thing to do. So what Rinne has said here is, I don't need to fight, look, we've lost already.
Yeah.
But the referees come to him and said, no, you're under an obligation to fight because you're part of the team.
Yeah.
And it's your turn to go up and fight. And he went out to fight. The other option was that in the event that he had refused, then as a representative of France refusing to fight, all of the French team would have gone out, and we're not talking about the men.
Right,
we're talking about the women as well.
As I suggested, it's a delegation.
Right, you know, you've done something that representing your country that is against the spirit of the sport, and you take full responsibility for it, and I think that's right, because you can walk away anytime you want.
Exactly.
People paid money to come here, and you're going to decide whether you fight or not. Okay, do that before you know the results.
Yeah.
You don't do that when it suits you. You said that you were going to fight, let's fight.
Yeah.
If you decide not to fight, you don't wait until the last minute when you think, oh, maybe yes or maybe no. And luckily, that's now no longer a question because he fought.
Yes.
So we can put that one behind us. But we've got to find a way. The IJF has got to find a way of removing this unsavory aspect to this part of the team competition. We've seen it many times now on at international level, where it's 3-0 and the next 2 guys say, I don't fancy fighting. Well, what about the 2 guys from the other teams who are slugging it out in golden score, you know, and then these 2 get a rest? So there's got to be a way here. Take a pride in yourself, you know, take some pride in your country.
What you're saying, there is a way that the penalty imposed is against the country.
All they have to do is to make that rule.
Yeah.
The IJF write that into the rule book. You know,
it's not there at the moment.
It's not there at the moment, and they don't want to make up rules
on the fly.
On the fly. But guess who are making up rules on the fly? The players and the coaches. The players and the coaches are running this show. How they want, when they want.
Is this something you're passionate about, Sheldon?
Because people pay money to come and watch this.
And especially for Rinne.
You know? And people paid to see the world and Olympic champion.
Yeah.
And then he's going to come out and say, I don't fancy it.
No. And look, to be honest, in this fight, he hasn't put much effort into it.
He doesn't have to.
Yeah, he's doing enough to...
You know, he's the greatest heavyweight on the planet. He could walk out here and do this, you know, cruising in cruise mode. And he is.
Yeah.
And now he's going to show a bit of pride here. I don't want to get beaten by Adam Okarashvili in a team event and have my unbeaten record of the last 3.5 years tarnished.
Well, he would have. It would be tarnished because he was willing to concede.
Exactly.
And he won the fight.
And that would have gone down as a loss.
Yes.
You know, here, his fight goes down on a win. And in a way, credit to him for thinking about it and saying, no, come on. You know, it's unfair to Okarashvili.
Yes.
He fancies another dig at the big man. It's unfair to all the fans and everybody who's watching at home. And if you've got a different opinion, please, you just press the feedback button and then we'll hear it. But we got to see 5 people fight, 5 people represent France proudly. That was the big thing. And at the end, even though there was a question mark as to whether or not he was going to step out there, he did. And it's so much different. He stepped up there and he fought for his country at the end. So credit to him at the end. Yeah, I am passionate about it.
We can't tell.
Wow, I wonder what kind of feedback that's going to give. In the end, Georgia see off France 3-2.
3-2.
They're all smiles, and this is the thing. It would have been such an unsavory moment.
Yes.
There's no need. You know, he's handshake, hand slaps, and everything all round, and they leave the mat with a good feeling.
Yes.
You got beaten fair and squarely. You know, suck it up. You know. And now the French men, what they should do is to go round and support their women who are fighting against Brazil. Eloides Valentim on mat number 2 has just won her contest. Let's go down there and take a look at that one. Here's Dave Brown, and I'm not sure if David McFall is going to come and join us. He's wandered off somewhere. See, you shouldn't really feel that you are obliged to go and say to a fighter, you did the right thing, thanks for fighting.
No.
That's what he came there for.
That's right.
You know?
That's why he was on the team sheet.
You know, but I feel as though I want to say to Teddy, you know, Teddy, you did the right thing, man. You know, that was good to go out there. And his answer should be, that's what I'm a fighter. That's what I do. You know.
But you're not going to go and say that.
Well, you know, I've spoken to him a few times, and I dare say that on another occasion it might come up. But let it sink in there. See, this is not going to happen. This would never have happened in the quarterfinal.
No.
He had an investment in continuing in the competition. So had he decided, I'm not fighting, that would have been his name off. And they couldn't afford that because it's a team thing. He's got to stay in there for the team. So that wouldn't even have come up.
Right.
And this is where I'm saying that the teams are deciding how to play with that non-rule. That rule isn't in there. That the sanction isn't big enough.
No.
But anyway, let's get back to the action. Eloides Valentim of Brazil leads by Wazari. Though obviously that Ippon was downgraded to Wazari. We've got 3 minutes and 20-odd seconds left to go. Thanks to Hardy Pet, missing you. Thanks for that comment. I know that you would agree with that because you've got that kind of belief in judo. Do the right thing.
Right, well, Brazil are ahead in this match. Valentim with Wazari, as Sheldon said. It was called Ippon, but downgraded.
She's actually putting on a bit of a show here, isn't she, Eloides Valentim? Lucille Dupont having a bit of a roughing up. From the little Brazilian. What always surprises me about these fighters, especially the lightweights, is when you get to chat with them, just how timid they appear off the mat. You know, the 48 and 52 kilo girls in particular. And then you see things from them on the mat that are just, you know, a little bit more aggressive.
They might be a bit timid around you, Sheldon. They see you as this
not an old guy like me.
TV guy, you know.
Goes left-sided again, misses out with that effort.
Just about a... I thought that was going to lead to something a bit better, but a minute and a half to go. Rosari leads to the Brazilian. First fight of this match.
Thanks for all your comments. Regarding the Rinair thing, I think that's going to run and run. Of course, as was suggested by Glenn Clossley, he could have always gone out there and just grabbed his leg. That would have put it to an end, you know. Although that would have been even more unattractive than not coming out at all. But yeah, that's been done.
But that would count as a loss, as opposed to a concede.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. In our records, we've just got L.
Yeah.
We don't. Yeah. Because I know Tong Wen conceded to Chin Chian, and that went down in her column as a loss.
Yeah.
You know, you don't want that blemish on your record. He's got a fine record, incredible record. Why would you want to, you know, stuff it up with an unnecessary loss? Interesting use of that. Was really good, wasn't it? See how she had the elbow bent up and pushing for that Koichi Gaki. Didn't want to get anywhere near the leg with the hand. Right, we're going to have... go on.
Just for the benefit of those at home, that was on a different match to one we're commentating on.
Oh, goodness, yeah. Oh, that was the Cuban.
Yes.
Thanks for that.
I'm
getting
so
distracted,
trying to you need to settle down.
Yeah,
blood pressure's got a little bit high, all right?
too hyper. Daniel Roberts, thanks for yours. No, if Rinair is disqualified for the first 5 seconds because of a leg grab, the team doesn't get disqualified.
No.
You know, there were all sorts of ways out of it. He could have come in and just done nothing, and within a minute he would have been out. He would have been passive. He could have done 2 drops. You know, he could have just come in, rolled over, and held down. We're not talking about that kind of exit.
I don't think that's Rina, though.
Yeah, if he's going to fight,
if he's going to bow on and start the fight, he's going to fight. It wasn't that great a fight, and he just controlled it enough to get it win by penalties.
Thanks for that, Danny Roberts.
So the Brazilian on mat 2 takes the first match against France.
One to nothing, the lead for the Brazilians. Right, Ivo dos Santos has sent a message. When Teddy Rinair comes out to fight for France as an individual, he has an individual head-on. And if there's no reason to fight, I can perfectly understand him saying there's no reason to fight. He's not fighting here as an individual. He's in a team. And when you're in a team, you do it for the team. And he was asked to come out, not as Teddy Rinair, he was asked to come out and represent the French team. And his buddies had been out there, they'd had their butts kicked. And he was going to say, I don't fancy it. Hey, if I'm on that team, I don't care how big you are, I'm going to let you know afterwards. If I'm going to go out there and I'm going to get my butt kicked, you better go out there and do something. And even if we're losing, you get out there and you do it. When you're there in the French team, German team, New Zealand team, Australian team, you know, it's like, if you're playing cricket and you know you're washed and you're number 11 and the bowling's at 90 miles an hour and you say I don't fancy it.
No.
You're not going to be on that team.
That's right.
I don't care if your job is not to face fast bowling. It's tough. That's what you do. You suck it up and you get out there and you bat for Australia. If that puts it in those terms.
Thank you for that.
Right, I'm going to give over to David McFall before they get that hook around my neck and take me off. Keep them coming. And De Santos is one of the nicest guys on the circuit too. I like him. Right, here we go. Here's David McFall to go with Dave Brown. No, you guys do another half an hour.
Okay, sure. We'll give Sheldon half an hour to settle down, and hopefully he comes back and... Okay, Dave, welcome back. And we'll let Sheldon go away and cool off somewhere, shall we?
Oh, well. Well, it looks like Silva can
Silva
kill her,
picked
cool
up.
her.
Huh?
She can cool her heels for a little bit, right?
Yep. She's got the upgrade from Wazari to, oh no, here we go, where we're going to. So it's gone, seems to have gone from everything down to a Yuko.
The full gamut.
Yeah, well, I thought it started at Wazari, went up to Ippon, and then downgraded to Yuko, so...
Well, of those 3 grades, which would you have given that?
I didn't see it.
Oh. Ah, that's a find out. Well, Silva now up just by Yuko with a minute and a half gone.
20 seconds ago, she thought she'd won it. I'd like to see the throw again, but we didn't see the play. Ah, there's a Yuko there.
So if the crowd was into the Germany-Brazil match, they're definitely into the France-Brazil matches here. Silva with a comfortable little lead here. And she goes big again.
Yeah, she seems to be dominating this fight, okay. We don't see much from the French woman.
Yeah, the French one seems to be a bit overwhelmed at this point.
Still trying to attack, but they're very ineffectual.
Silva there looking for the Shimewaza. Brazil in this match up by 1 contest. Looking to extend that lead to 2 if Silva prevails.
Yeah, nothing for me.
Good entry,
yeah,
and I was wondering, she just couldn't roll those shoulders over.
Yeah.
See that? The hand doesn't slip.
No,
so maybe she tucked it a little bit more toward her torso, right?
No turn with the hands. That's what needed to finish that off, so that right arm pulled through. But it's been reviewed. I thought it was nothing, but
yeah,
and it proves to be the case. There we go.
Yeah, it was just
a bit frontal.
Just the front there. So Silva continues to push the pace here. For a second, like she might try another Sasai. And there she was looking for a Kosoto.
Going for the counter. Oh.
And again, trying to finish off her opponent with her.
The score's gone to blue there.
There we go. There it's corrected.
Yeah, counter to white. No doubt. So blue makes the attack. White takes control and scores the Yuko.
Blue probably earns a pretty nice little tatami burn there at the top of her head. That might smart tomorrow. So, penalty apiece. But the real story here is 3 Yukos for Silva.
3 positive scores.
That's right.
Nothing much going on there. Referee says let's have a break and I'm going to penalise somebody. And it's Silva.
And it's Silva with 1:10 left. Shouldn't be a problem.
No, she's too good.
That's right.
To make it into a problem.
She's usually the aggressor here. Silva might want to get an attack in here. No sense of making things close with the penalties. And she looks in. There we go.
There we go.
That was a nice counter there.
Rosari and into the hold.
I thought that hand there was a little bit in the men there, the mask area of the face, but it doesn't really bother Silva, who is going to ride this one and finish things up.
There you go.
Little case of Gatame there to seal the deal.
Crowd love it.
The crowd's into it because they're looking at perhaps 3-0. The next fighter can deal with the French opponent as well as Silva did here. Over on mat number 1, they have an all Northeast Asia contest with China versus Korea. And down on mat number 3, also in the women's, we have Cuba versus the Netherlands. So really 3 good matches for you to choose from. We're going to stick here with the Brazil versus France.
I had a chat with Cuban's coach Ronaldo this morning, and he said, "Oh, a bit of fun today." So he was very relaxed about it, and you can see he's over there. He's not his usual agitated self. So
well, after Ortiz's victory,
yeah, he must be a little happier.
He's feeling good. Gonzalez looked pretty good yesterday as well. So a good last day there for the Cubans. And I think they were 2nd or 3rd on the total medal count.
All right. Yeah.
Definitely in the top 5.
So in the Cuban-Netherlands match, looks like time's up, and Netherlands will go 2-0 up over the Cubans.
So that might raise the blood pressure a little bit of our Cuban coach. Meantime, this is so Agbenano is going to go against another Silva.
Yeah.
A Silva of a different flavor, if you will.
Yep.
I think this is a good matchup for the French. This should get them back into it. And you can see as Benenu goes hard into Newaza here, looking for the turnover. Actually, she's got the arm. See if she can get the thumb up. There we go. Dispatches her opponent in
Relatively quick time.
1.5 minutes.
Yep.
Little extra change there. So quite quickly, Beneno gets the French back into it. We'll see if this 4th match can tie it all up. Is this Amon? I'm trying to see who they got coming up here. Fine Juji Katami there. Good control. And it is Amon versus Portela. I liked how the Brazilian tried to get out of that Juji Katame. It looked just like something out of Katame no Kata there, the way she had the arm straight up there and rolling out of it. But unable to change that thumb position. So a warning apiece here to start things out. Tell you, Iman is definitely the pick here as far as if you want to tie things up.
Yeah, exactly.
This is really falling right into the French hands.
Yeah, so another penalty against the Brazilian. So we have Iman in a bustly style, riding out an attempt there.
But if it goes to the last Portela.
Nice little foot sweep.
There we go.
That's judo. Things
That's
can
right.
change
That's
very
right.
quickly.
Portela says, I want to make this heavyweight match on a no-brainer.
Yeah.
Take that right out of contention. Though I would say that if it does go to the heavies, I'm liking Brazil's chances.
Yep, she looked good this morning, the first fight.
Yep,
There's that-
nice
look,
Ashiwaza.
Yeah,
Look at that.
That was very close to a Yuko. Not close enough, but very close.
A little better work with the arms, and that could have earned herself a score. Iman's got the lead just by a penalty. See if Portel can answer with another one of the sweet Ashiwaza. And that was a nice little look at Ouchi there. Iman was quick to get that foot out of the way.
Now she picks up the penalty, so it's all even.
So even Steven here with 2 minutes down. Iman looking for Makikomi there, doesn't quite get it. The arm slips out. But Portela is doing a good job here going toe-to-toe with Iman, and he's got some dangerous Ashiwaza. Portela tries to set up that Seoinage attempt there. Little Ashiwaza. Iman looking again for Makikomi. Or actually, that would look a Haragoshi maybe.
Maybe. Now, what we thought would be an easy match is not proving to be so.
No, Portela is really
Hanging in.
she's hanging in there, and we'll see. Iman's got to hit the gas pedal here a little bit. I mean, there's 2 minutes left, but
And French need the victory.
that's right. They need this one. They need it, period. Oh, and that, with the speed of that entry, too bad it wasn't just a little bit crisper there. Just a little bit sloppy.
Yeah, no, the gripping was a little lacking. Speed was there, though.
Speed was there. Portela being a bit more, I would say, methodical in her approach here. A little exchange of Ashiwaza.
Going for the, yeah.
I like that. Iman
good.
saw the Ashiwaza when she came out of it, went in for the Makikomi.
Yeah.
Execution wasn't there, but the thought was really
there,
nice.
yeah. Didn't quite get the arm. Now
Portela picks up
gets
her
the penalty.
third.
Yeah. Crowd
Minute
boo, but we have seen Iman starting to emerge a little as the aggressor.
Yeah, she's doing real attacks versus a little bit of foot tapping here by Portela. Portela not able to sell that small Ashiwaza there.
Yep.
Oh.
I thought that.
That looked good.
Yeah.
And the French coach
Begging for the penalty.
That's right. She wants the penalty. She wants this all evened up.
Not given. 23 seconds to go.
Portela can keep up the pace here. Yeah, well, guess what? They're going to penalize both if that was the case.
Yeah, look,
then Neymar would be
who's
out.
holding those fingers up there?
That's right.
It's not Portela.
And Portela looks like she did her job here. Amon is not pleased at all.
She gives a little victory salute, but didn't look that heartfelt, did it?
That's right.
I think that was a reaction to the boos from the crowd.
Well, if that's the case, she's not earning any friends here in Rio de Janeiro. So it is going to come down to the heavyweights.
If you beat the Brazilian team, I don't think you're going to earn any friends anyhow.
Yeah. Meantime, over at mat number 3, there's no scores and a penalty apiece, so Cuba still has a chance to get back into that one.
Now this is interesting. Here we have the fight. Now we've got Louette fighting up because she's fighting the plus 78.
That's right.
There's no way she's plus 78.
Well, maybe they're looking to see if maybe they can get some speed here to match the sheer bulk of Althman. And that's Althman's answer. You're going to have to do a lot of lateral movement there.
Yeah, I just wonder whether the French heavyweight is injured or they figured Louette could do a better job. Throw something into the mix a little different.
Right. That was a good turn in there for Seanage.
Yeah.
Well, if the French can prevail there, the coach will look like a genius, right? If not,
what have you lost?
Yeah, what have you lost? Well, one thing, with Louette's height, Althman is going to have a little tougher time coming up over the top.
Well, she's a different prospect to what she's used to fighting.
That's right.
She'll be slightly faster.
And Louette comes in, and that was a good opportunity there. The hand slipped out, but I think that's exactly what they're thinking about there.
So it'll be interesting. Yep, penalty to the Brazilian. This is what happens, you see. The lightweight player can make you look a little slow.
That's right.
Or lighter weight. She's not lightweight, but.
Well, this can also be the case sometimes when you have an open division.
Yeah.
If you have a superior player, the classic case would be when Kolga went all the way through and almost made it.
That wasn't a. What we're looking for Louette is the speed of the attack. Well, that was fairly close to a false attack.
That's right.
But not given. She got away with it.
So not just speed, but conditioning too, and that's going to be a tall order because this is a lot more power than she's used to dealing with.
Countered by possibly a lack of speed to deal with, though.
That's right.
So she may be able to move a little more.
I don't know if Louette has a Sasai in her pocket there, but that would be something nice, something to work with on the lateral side there. You definitely don't want, first thing, you don't want the Brazilian coming over the top, and second thing, you got to watch about her coming through the middle with an Ouchi or something like that. So Makikomis and Ouchis are.
It's interesting. She's got the height. I would have said she would have gone for more of a higher grip. No, try and.
Yeah.
Make Althman look a bit ploddy.
I love when we zoom over the Brazilian crowd. You see that shiner on Portela's left eye.
There we go.
There we go.
hasn't paid off for the French.
Well, I think I like the strategy. It was a good idea. And maybe if Louette had a bit more experience against someone of that size, perhaps she could have pulled it off. She had a good idea. Good Sanage is coming in.
It's been downgraded.
Downgraded to a Wazadi. So Louette is still in the...
Still in it. It's going to be a lot harder now, though.
That's right.
Because she was up the Judo before.
I would say that perhaps if she can get down to the minute mark, and if she had a bit more gas in the tank than Althman, then she's got a good chance.
Yes.
That's at least a Yuko.
Yuko, yep. What she's got to do. But she's got to get in there. You know, you've got to get under this woman.
I did say Althman gets a little bit tired at the end here. Oh, a little look at Ouchi there.
Yeah. But they're off the edge. The referee calls it to a halt.
Minute 25, plenty of time left. Althman leading by Waza-Adi to Louette's Yuko here. And that looked tired. That looked...
Yep. Maybe the heavyweight hanging offer is starting to show.
That's right.
And Rafaela Silva trying to encourage her teammate to keep this in there. Don't lose it for us at this stage. Minute to go. Good attack.
Louette did a good job turning off that one. Of course, the partisan crowd is looking for a penalty here. So just under a minute left in this match. Well, Louette has come in once or twice with a bit of a Ouchi there, and it's not working for her, so I would say go back to the well with the Sanage, or say try something from the outside.
Sanage was what got you. Well, she ain't going to get it. She doesn't follow through on it.
That's right.
Come on, got to move her. Yeah, false attack given. I thought it was a little unfair. I thought it was an attack. I mean, it didn't come off. Whether it was false is another matter.
Well, I think, in a sense, the point is mute, because what she's got to do here is get Waza-Adi. That was a little better idea. So that was a Sasai, right?
Yeah, that's right. You were saying that earlier.
That was a good look there. She had to just roll that arm up there. The elbow came up a little bit more, sure, the rotation, because she did the fulcrum there with the collar grip. And Althman realizes that with 24 seconds left, there's a lot of fighting this dog that she's up against.
Metaphorically speaking.
Yes.
All right. She'll milk this out.
Time up. Yeah. So Louette looks like she almost did it. And while not the genius, I don't think anybody's going to second doubt what the French coach had in mind there.
Yeah. Well, we don't know the circumstances as to why the heavyweight's not fighting, whether it was injury-related or whether it was tactical. Very interesting to find out. So Brazil are going to take this 3-2.
That's right. They will take this one 3-2. But that was a little bit closer to comfort than the Brazilians wanted, I think. And let's take a look. Let's move over to mat number 1. just see what's happening with Japan versus Uzbekistan. We'll get the bow out here. So with the Brazilian men out, the home fans are pulling for the women, and so far so good. Actually, you know what? I think we're going to stick here because I like Germany versus Korea there.
Okay. Not because Lance is not reacting to what you're saying.
Well, wouldn't be the first time.
Now this is the one this throw here is what they changed.
All right.
From Ippon to Lazare.
That's right. And what is your thoughts on that?
I thought it was reasonable Ippon.
Yeah, it looked like both shoulder blades came down.
Yeah. All right.
So it was the Germans who took out Brazil.
Yeah. Now they've got to go through Korea, which might be a bit of a harder task.
I was going to say, tough and tougher.
Yeah.
So Sidel goes up against Cho. Sidel did a good job against Chibana in that first match there. The wily, slippery Chibana in his Kaishiwaza.
Yeah, these two look like they're having a go as well.
The German women looking on, they
supporting their teammates.
That's right. The German men kind of avenging the loss the German women had to the Brazilians. Oh, and that was a nice look at Ouchi right there for Sidel. Let's see what Cho has to answer for it. Another couple of attacks by Sidel, and Cho's going to find himself with a warning.
Look at that hand there, White's hand on the belt, almost in a blocking motion, rather than an offensive action.
We'll see if the referee caught that. There's Tolzer right there. Tolzer pulled it out against Silva there to get them through. Didn't have to use his famous Tolzer turnover, but he did manage to work the Yosai Komi. And that was a nice look from Cho there.
See the hand on the belt there again. I don't know whether it's defensive or a bit of both. So in the match with Cuba and the Netherlands, Ortiz won her last fight in the heavyweight, and the Netherlands have won 4-1.
They go through. Netherlands perhaps showing up more depth on their team, especially in the lighter divisions, I think.
Well, it's just that I've never seen Ronaldo so unanimated when his players are fighting. So maybe he doesn't rate teams, I don't know.
Two good looks for Sidel. So now takes a look.
Looking for the arm there.
Yep.
Not going to get it.
And with a warning apiece, this one is all tied up. as we have with the individuals, with the teams, you can tune into any one of the matches. We have Japan versus Uzbekistan on 1. We're watching Germany versus Korea in the first contest. And just coming out to tatami, and number 3 is Russia versus Cuba.
Cuba with only 4 fighters.
That's right.
So going 1 down against Russia already. So, and the fighter that's not there is the under 66. So
well,
that's awarded.
Well, they're hoping to keep in the game there, and hopefully they can have Brayson there in the final there.
Yeah, but to concede 1 against Russia off the bat,
yeah.
that's a hard ask.
Yeah, they did pretty well in the teams last year, didn't they? Well, right now, Cho is behind by 1 extra penalty. With a little more than 139 left. And it would appear that he is finally found second gear and he's attacking up more aggressively. There's a little shove to the German at the end there.
Bit of frustration. Minute 30 to go, just under.
Nice little Muchimata entry by Cho.
A lot of activity, a lot of flurry. But,
Exactly.
he needs to cool it a little and a little bit more methodical. Stefan penalty to the German, so it's even. So he can. That's the first hurdle to overcome. Now he's got to throw him.
Yeah, he's doing sequences, but he's not really linking from one throw to the other. He's got to be able to use the one throw or a feint to draw some Kazushi, and that was a better look there.
He's looking stronger, and look at the position of the German. He's very defensive. Cho looks like he wants it.
The German is still strong, but I would say that Cho looks a little bit fresher. And with that, the German goes in for a Seo. But it doesn't look as fresh and crisp as it did a minute ago.
Dave McFall.
Yes?
Tipping, you know. You say
Yes,
it and then
yes,
something
tipping
else
my
happens.
hat, yes. I thought I cured that in the individuals, but I may have had a relapse of forecast-itis.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh.
See, I mean, Cho is sort of powering a bit now. He's stopping that flurry stuff and concentrating on the individual. Here comes the other penalty for Germany.
So now Germany finds itself behind.
Yeah, with 18 seconds to go.
And it's
Not-
unfortunate because he did a lot of good work there in the first half.
Yes, but look, the second half has been all Cho to me.
Yeah, I would hardly agree here. I think that Cho kind of settled down
Yeah.
and was able to do a better job in the second half, and he's going to win by penalties
Yeah.
over the German. So the first contest in this match is taken by the Koreans, the South Koreans.
All right, we're going to have a change here with Sheldon coming in for me, and I'd just like to say thank you for having me over the last 7 days. I've enjoyed it. I hope it's been as good for you as it's been good for me.
Thanks a lot for the insight, Dave, especially a lot of the calls and that. We really appreciated your insight and your knowledge and experience.
Okay, thank you very much. And Sheldon looks like he's settled down. He's come back and he'll talk about the judo. So I'll see you again around sometime.
Take care, Dave.
That was very nice of Dave Brown. It's been my pleasure to be sitting in with Dave, actually. The matches are shaping up nicely here. Igor Vanka and Bangi-man, one of Loretta Kusak's favorite names.
I think it's become one of my favorites too, especially if he scores e-pawn here. I can go bang.
He faced his teammate in an all-Korea matchup one time, and what you had was Bangi-man versus Wang Ki-chun. I think that's what made Loretta Kusak giggle.
And the German picks up the first penalty here. Oh, and a really good look there for Bang. Got that leg in there, nice entry, able to turn the shoulders there.
Not quite in control of that.
No, but it's going to score. Yuko there.
First couple of minutes out of the way. Bang still leading with that one Yuko. The Russians lead the Cubans, that's the men, 2-0 down on mat number 3.
Well, with the Cuban women already gone, Russians can clean the table out on the Cubans. And that should score well for Cho if they could show that it was progress there.
Well, they're going to have a look at how much control Bang had of Vanka going down onto the mat. They've signaled a nip-on, so obviously they feel that there was sufficient enough of...
Take a look at his arms as this happens, this replay.
Yeah, well, he does.
Exactly.
Yeah,
I like the way that push with the arm and the sleeve there.
Okay, so that was fairly clear.
The Koreans go up 2-0.
We've had so many of your emails regarding the Teddy Riner thing. We won't go back there immediately because we've still got matches going on, and this contest in particular, Sven Maresh really has to come up here now.
Yep, all the pressure is on him. You figure if the Germans can pull out these two, you get Tolzer up there, they have a fighting chance.
Tolzer was their go-to guy against Brazil.
And he came through there. There is the big fella. And 1 minute in, we still have no score. There's a call mate there, so that's not going to score. German team, a little barricade there, screaming their encouragement. Let's take a look. We're going to skip over the mat number 1 real quick because it's now 2 contests apiece for Japan and Uzbekistan. And double check here. Just getting the scoreboard straightened out.
It normally happens when there is a gap in the winner. In order for it to roll round, they need to enter that win. And sometimes they're a little bit slow in recognizing that. It's 2-2. Here's the deciding contest. Shichinue and Kurbanov.
Well, Shichinue went out a little earlier than he would have liked there in the individuals. So
Losing out to Rafael Silva. And then a disappointing contest with Faisal Jabala, the Tunisian.
that's right.
Fukuoka Masaki, the shot there, stepped round that nicely. And threatened with...
Sometimes he can be a bit of a slow starter.
just managed to get off that too as well, almost caught.
Well, he did attempt a Kaishiwaza where he had a look at one when Silva threw him, but too much power. Silva had such a strong position.
Yeah.
He allowed Silva to get that deep grip, and that really doomed him. And there he got a deep grip himself, bashes into the German, and the Korean on the other side, or it was Kubanov who does. There we go. So looks like he should get, he gets a Coke out of that, coming in with the Ouchi. So he had a good look at that just a few seconds ago and then went to the well again. And now Shichinue leads by, and he looked at it again, he leads by Yuko, though he has one penalty against him. And he turns in there. Kurbanov picks up a penalty, so now they're all even as far as penalties, and Chicho now really leads by that Yuko. And a bit of rolling around the mat there. But Kurbanov picks up a Waza-Ari.
Uzbek team thinks it was worth it on.
Well, we'll see the replay here. So Shichinue going for Haraigoshi.
No, he rolled him onto his side and then onto his back. There's nothing more than a Wazari in there. It's a good score for the Uzbek now. And the bar just got a bit higher for the Japanese men's team.
That's right. Well, Shichinue, if he can manage a Wazari and match him, would lead by Yuko. But he's got 2 minutes to do it.
Yeah, there's good time. There's that. Okay, so we now know that that's going to be a false attack. But we now know that it's Shichinoe's way to employ that spinning attack, because that wasn't an accident yesterday.
That's right.
That's his method.
That's his counter, if you will.
Yeah, and his footwork isn't the best, but that wasn't that bad. Nice effort. And this is great from Shichinoe. Attack after attack after attack. This is how you have to start piling them up. Wear his man down.
Minute and a half left.
He needs to go again. And Kurbanov looked as though he ducked his head underneath and was defending there. He's never going to hold on at a minute and a half with 3 penalties. Here comes the tall Japanese again. A great pickup from Shichinoe. Couldn't put him away though.
Just, yeah.
The top half. You see, that's not his kind of technique.
That's right.
I don't even think he knows how to do it. You know, because it was so...
Not based on that execution,
yeah,
right?
based on the execution, that was so untidy. I mean, he's seen it. He's obviously seen it. But that's not one that's in his armory.
Yeah, it's not something he aimed for. That was a kind of an ad hoc. Oh, he's here. Let me see. I've seen the Georgians do this.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can try this
I
too.
might try this, yeah. There's a minute to go. Shichinoe, if he's clever,
he's got to keep making the attack.
Stay off the hip. Uchimata. Collapse that. Uzbek team going crazy. They know how close they are, but there's still 50-odd seconds left to go.
Less than a minute. Chicho, you know, he's got to just sit there and start banging the attacks.
See, he hasn't got. He hasn't got. The Georgians would have been all over that pickup.
And Kurbanov knows that, and that's the one thing that could keep him in the game here. Shichinoe's got to get busy, and yeah, this around the belt there, that could be the answer for Kurbanov.
Keep going.
The Japanese out.
Yeah, Nagashima Keita looking on, Kozo Inoue in the chair. Yeah, that's the danger for the Japanese. You can't. Oh, you almost came up with a Yuko there.
The Yuko's not going to do it though. And with less than 20 seconds left, Shichinoe, I don't think he's going to get the penalty. He's got to bang out a throw here.
Yeah, and that will save him a passivity. No, and he will get a Yuko scored against him there. And in the end, Shichinoe couldn't come up with it. They've taken the Yuko away, but it won't make any difference to the destination of the contest or the match.
I will say that was a good drive to pull over into this rubber match where Shichinoe doesn't quite come through, and looks like he's got to add that throw to his repertoire if he's
Well, this is good exposure for him against you know, that kind of style.
This goes back to what I think a lot of the Japanese, both men and women, they've got to train better toward European fighters. I think either they've got to go abroad and fight them more, not just the training camps of the competitions. Like many European teams will come to Japan and train for a week or two, or they've got to train their fighters, some of their fighters, to act in the European style so they can basically counter some of these things, in my opinion.
No, I agree with you. I thought you might like. There are some of the highlights from that contest. The difficulty for the Japanese team, obviously, was that they were only coming out with 4 fighters. And they were coming out with 4 fighters because they don't have an under 90 kilo category fighter. Their under 90 kilo category representative, Nishiyama Masashi, was injured. Ebenuma was injured, so they were 2 men down. But they didn't have someone to fill that 90 kilo spot. All right, we're going to go wherever Lance wants. That's where he wants to go. Mat number 3. No, beg your pardon. No, sorry, not mat number 3. We've got... I can see Georgia and Mongolia lining up on mat number 1. But on our screen it says Georgia, Mongolia. It's not up there. on mat number 1. We've got Japan and Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan and Cuba, Korea and Brazil. What's happened to the fight order? We've got down on mat number 3, it says there. Don't worry at home, you're watching the action. Our fight order is completely out of whack.
We're having technical difficulties. Please stand by.
Well, you've got great pictures at home.
Yep.
We've just got an odd setup with the mat. That's all. Someone sent that to me.
Right.
No, I haven't responded it to you. I will shortly. And then Lee throws Odenthal.
So that looks like that will take care of the Germans.
We should have the Georgian men down on mat number 3. That's where they should be, and they should come on after the Russia-Cuba match. Who's sent them down there? I have no idea. It's Kazakhstan and Cuba, women, on mat number 1. It's fairly simple. We don't need to change anything. They just need to get going to the right places. Lee wins by Ippon over Mark Odenthal. Another one going off the other side.
Yeah, we've seen a few of those over the past few days.
Chae Min-oh does that very well, or did it very well, because he stopped competing now, but it's obviously something that they've got in their repertoire.
So it's true that Tolzer is finished after this competition, right?
Yes.
So this will be our last look then at Tolzer, because the Germans are eliminated
Today. Is that 3-1?
That's 3-1. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. So we've got a big hand for Tiltzer on his way off.
And there we go.
Yes.
What a way to go out.
He throws Kim. He gives him a little nudge on the way. See, look. Did Tiltzer need to come out?
Nope. Not at all.
Tiltzer didn't need to come out. It was done and dusted. They were out the competition. You
That's
know.
right.
But Tiltzer came.
That's
He
right.
stuffed Kim and he was happy doing it. Could have injured himself.
True.
You know. Kim would have been perfectly happy not to fight him, I think. Beside the point, isn't it? You came here for a fight, you fight. I am going to come back to that, and I'll come back to the mail that I got from Jurgis, I think it is. I'll come back to that when we finish off the protocol. Koreans take the contest. 4-1, I think it was, yeah?
Yeah.
Well, we're going to come down to mat number 3 because it's Georgia versus Mongolia. 5-0, the Russians steamroll over the Cubans.
So the Cuban men and the Cuban women are both out.
The Koreans overcame Germany, and it's a shame that they're not going to mention about the end of Tiltzer, but I think that David, we're going to be away just for a second as we stand up to give Andreas Tiltzer a hand on the way out. In the meantime, let's have a look at the lineup for Georgia and Mongolia. Tiltzer signing a few autographs. It'll be a while before he comes past our commentary position, but you may just lose us for a second as he walks past. he showed the way to go. We're underway with the contest between Amiran Papinashvili of Georgia and Davide Temurkhalig. Papinashvili having to do the under 66 kilo duty. Not quite sure what's happened to Lasha Shavdatuashvili. Maybe it's a tactical move to put him in there. But there's so many of these things. I mean, Papinashvili is not a 66 kilo fighter. You know, what's he doing out there? You could say the same thing. I don't want to go out there and mix it with Davide.
Well,
it's a team.
You don't know if it's an injury. You don't know if it's, we don't want to get this athlete injured, you know. Maybe, you know, a new challenge.
Could be the only other person that they've got to go out there in that weight.
That's right.
But what he doesn't say is, I'm not going. Hey, he could be begging to go out there. I want to go, I want to go.
Well, I like the idea, you know, when they sent Louet out there for France.
Yep.
For that fight against, what is it, Alathamon. You know, at first, you go, but it was a good strategy. I mean, she had some good looks there. She had some speed. The Seanagi attacks were good.
Well, Jean-Luc Tisson tells us that Louet got disqualified in her individual contest. She competed in the under 78 kilo category.
Okay, so give her a little bit of a second chance.
Yeah, she felt it was unfair and she wanted to compete. I think that was what was Jean-Luc Tisson's thinking about it, that she would want to give it another go and do it for the team, which was nice. You know, you want to get out there and support your fighters. Althaman competed in the plus 78 kilo category.
Oh, that was a lovely throw there.
Spun him onto his front though, didn't he? Davido's working hard now to take the advantage on the ground, looking to turn Papinashvili over. His defense proves up to it.
We got a quick message from Dirk Hagendorn, who is showing his support for the final match there with Tolzer.
Thanks, Dirk. I'm sure that Tulsa would have enjoyed the way that he managed to leave the competitive arena.
Go out with an ippon.
Yeah.
So he leaves with an ippon, and just yesterday got himself a bronze medal. Not a bad way to finish up your career. Oh, that was a good look there by Papinashvili.
Working hard.
Well, Papinashvili's got that one penalty, but otherwise nothing. But we're getting down to that 40-second mark.
That's the one. Won't score with that.
So it would appear that this one might go the way of the Mongolian, who puts in a nice little attack there to seal the deal. See, and he's got some newaza. Well,
Davidorj by the narrowest of margins, I think.
and he kept attacking. Didn't give Papinashvili much of a chance there at the end. So the Georgians will go up 2-0. I'm sorry, it'll be 1-1.
Yeah,
1-1.
that was the opening contest, 1-0.
Oh, I didn't see that. Okay, that's, of course. These lightweights.
We've got Hashbata Saganbata waiting in the wings. It should make for a really nice matchup. Nugzari Tatarashvili and Hashbata Saganbata. Davidorj wins it over Papinashvili. A little bit too light.
Yes, yes. And so, as advertised, we have Kashpatar from Mongolia versus Rekraviashavili from Georgia. And a nice stubby waza there, Yoko Tomoinage for the Mongolian. Doesn't score, but it looked awful pretty. Georgian did a good job of turning out of that. Georgian turns in himself. Doesn't really get much kazushi. Both legs in. We had a comment from Jamie Morsh, who was enjoying yesterday's commentary, and hopefully he's tuned in today, because we've got some great action here. Some aggressive offensive judo in the teams. Still no score yet. No penalties. Just a minute and a half into this contest. And in fact, there we go now, a penalty apiece. Georgian takes a quick look at a little Ashiwaza there. Kashpatar drops in, and there was a look there where a Seanagi by, it might have been a Sori Suri by Rakviash Vili? All right. Oh, and that was a big look there at Ochi there by the Georgian. Had a look at it, had his legs in there, wasn't able to get some position in the upper body, and he turns in here, and that looks like it's gonna at least a Yuko. No, we got Wazadi there for the Georgian. So Mongolia finds himself behind as we slowly approach the halfway point in this matchup. And a drop in there for Tomoinage by Mongolia. He had a good look at that earlier in the match and decided perhaps to give it another shot there. Blue trying to come over the top. George is not going to let him have that. As White just looks to bull Blue over. All right, so the big Waza-Ari has got Rekviashvili up by Waza-Ari against Kashbatar. That was a nice entry by the Georgian. Picks up another penalty, but with 140 left here. Looks in good shape here, up by Waza-Ari. And he continues to attack. That time with a Seanage, and that's going to get him another Waza-Ari. So Awaste Ippon for Georgia. So he evens up.
Oh, it was Zabeda Rekviashvili that they put in there.
That's right. Mission accomplished.
Well, as I say, without the team sheets, you know, we're looking across at who it is that may be on there, but slightly struggling, or struggling slightly, sorry.
Well, we got Sanjagar coming up now.
And Avtandil Chirikishvili is the representative for Georgia. The match finally balanced at 1-1.
Sanjangar had that huge Osoto, that double leg Osoto that he managed against Nakiariki that quite literally took Nakiariki out of the match there. Thank goodness he was okay.
Oh, Sanjagal. It was going to be Sanjagal or Hashbatar who had to step up and fight at 81. They decided that one of them had to go up, and it was Sanjagal, because Sanjagal was at under 73 kilos for the individuals, and now he's fighting up here at under 81. Nervous Georgian group there, finally poised, as I say, at 1-1. Sure that Sanjagal was happy with the way that Chirikishvili broke that grip up. Sanjagal ending up with the skirt end of Chirikishvili's jacket there. There won't be a score there. Vostrikov had already called mate. Sanjagol is the fighter who's picked up the one penalty. Cherukishvili looking for some Ashiwaza there and in the crowd. Just in front of the gentleman with the large Georgian flag is David Asambani. Actually, quite a few Mongolians and Georgians standing together, all grouped together, but they're all fighters, either who fought in the individuals or warm-up partners. They're all in there together. Mongolian women in there from the women's team. It's a tight group. Sanjagol and Cherukishvili both penalized for avoiding to take a grip. Into the last 40 seconds, still looking for the first score here. Time running out here. Sanjagol needed to go for it there, but Cherukishvili a little bit too clever. Just does enough to sneak past the Mongolian there. Two to one then, the Georgians lead. And, semi-final contest against Uzbekistan looming large. Under 90 kilo category contest now. Kutag Sotgerel of Mongolia faces Varlam Lipatiliani of Georgia.
So things are all evened up. I see Mongolia versus Jordan's up by 2 to 1.
We gave Andreas Tölzer a big send-off.
Yes?
He's not done yet.
Really?
They're in the repechage.
Ah.
Premature with the send-off for Tölzer. Sorry about that.
Well, lucky us, we get to see him again. I think that's a blessing in disguise.
Michel Dechert.
Thanks, Michel, for keeping us on our toes here.
We're going to get to see, well, not only could we get to see him in the repechage, we can get to see him in the bronze medal match.
That's
So
true. Well, we get 2 more chances.
The possibility is that we could see Tilzer twice. He'd be an old hand by the time the day's over. Andiol of France is on mat number 2, so her day is not done. Strategic replacement in the previous contest, the French. Lepetiliani leading here by Wazari.
So we have the 1 men's match here, and on the other 2 mats, women China versus France on 2, and Cuba versus Kazakhstan on 1. That's also for the women. You can turn into any one of those 3. We're looking at Georgia versus Mongolia.
And the Georgians leading 2-1, and Lepetiliani leading in this contest, having put 2 scores on the board. He's got a Yuko and a Wazari. 3:20 odd left to go. Hutag with the mountain to climb. Left arm goes around the waist and onto the belt, and he attempts some ashiwaza.
Oh,
But Lepetiliani finishes him off neatly.
so full around the board there. Ippon, Wazari, Yuko with no penalties. So that is going to take care of the Mongolians in terms of the match. All right, that will take us at 3-1 for Georgia.
3-1. Now, this is going to be interesting. Naidan Tushinbaya is coming out to fight Adam Okrashvili. Naidan Tushinbaya has stopped since London. He was coaching. So what's the point? It's 3-1. I'm not even going to go there. You know, maybe Tushinbaya is trying to make a point to someone else. He hasn't even fought in the individual competition. It's his first fight of the day.
And he's got an IJF gi on.
Yeah, there's nothing in it for them, but the Mongolian comes out and he's going to give Okrashvili a run out. Make of that what you want to.
Maybe he was watching for the next 6 days, said, you know what, I still got it.
I fancy fighting for my team, eh?
I still got it.
He picks up passivity penalty. France win their contest over China 4-1. That's in the women's category.
Georgian picked up a Wazari there. Naidan's got a little room to make up here if he's going to. He's got something to prove to someone. .320 in the board.
He picks up a passivity penalty now. Georgian had picked one up previously. Whilst he's tidying up his gi, Okrashvili gets a hand on him.
That was a kind of attack, but it really wasn't very appealing. He came way out around the side there. Okay, I believe for the Seanage, but really didn't approach the Georgian's gi. Nida now looking at a little more aggressive here.
Oh, but he goes over with the Makikomi.
Sure enough, once he did start to encroach upon the Georgian said enough of this.
Right, I'm going to have a quick word with Adam Okrashvili. Something that I wanted to ask the big man from Georgia. See what he's got to say about it. I'll leave you with David McFall.
We'll stay on mat number 3 for a little bit here, where we're going to see the women, the Japan women, go up against the Netherlands. As soon as the men bow out here. And some good matches also on 1 and 2. The Cuban men against the Germans. And that is that repechage match, I believe, that was being referred to earlier. And then we have Korea versus Brazil in women. See that 4-1 score there for Georgia versus Mongolia. And as they bow in, let's take a good look at some of these lightweight matches. First up is going to be Hashimoto Yuki versus Brigitte Ente. So the Komatsu group, a bit divided loyalties. They're keeping an eye on mat number 1, where Brazil goes against Korea, and also on mat number 3, where it's Japan versus the Netherlands. Hashimoto Yuki goes in for a couple small attacks. And let's see here, she rolls over, Ente, or attempts to. It looked like she started that rollover and lost it. I see Ente had a good look at her gogi there. Now Hashimoto rolls back, and Ente is desperately trying to hook that leg and keep that in there. Hashimoto had a look at getting that leg out, and you can see that Ente has a good hold on the Japanese leg, so she's trying to keep that foot in there. Hashimoto keeps trying to feed it out, and it's just a back and forth here. It looks like the Dutch is going to win that exchange. So no score yet. Good job by Blue to avoid the Osai Komi. Netherlands drops into Stemiwaza there. That looked more of a prevent versus an attack. but she does not get the call for a false attack. Hashimoto looking there perhaps for Tayatoshi, doesn't get it, but now is looking to turn over Dutch, and she doesn't get it. And now we have our first penalty to blue. Hashimoto drops in for Sayanagi for a moment. Then it's the Dutch fighter who drops in. Look like maybe a Sayanagi. Makikomi. Once again, we find themselves on the ground. Hashimoto trying to tie down the arm and looking now. Actually looked like she's looking for, tie down the arm there and set up the Asai Komi, but Blue is doing a good job of also controlling that foot. There's a drop Sayanagi for Blue.
It's not going to trouble Hashimoto, is it?
No, she was the aggressor in the first minute or so. Then Ete is coming up with attacks, but I think they're more to prevent versus the really, really offensive actions here. And Hashimoto, a good look there in Uchimata. And once again, looking to turn over Ente. Hashimoto coming out of Yamanashi Gakuen University, which is a women's power. They field a powerful team, as does Teikyo University, but only for the women. So right now, white leads blue, courtesy of 2 penalties to blue. A minute and a half left in the contest. And there we go. There was the Uchimata. She didn't score. Not sure why we didn't get a score there. One of them was on their knees. I'm a bit puzzled by that. Hashimoto goes down to Tomoinage. Is again looking for the big turnover. And now she looks for Juji Katame and gets it. So this time she did not bother once Blue locked up that leg. Hashimoto went for the arm instead.
She's a busy, slightly excitable little fighter, Hashimoto Yuki. But what you get is non-stop spirit. You know, she doesn't stop going. She's got that little, it's like you wind something up and just let it go. One of these toys.
She's a little fire plug, she is.
Yeah. She's one of 3 members on the team from the Komatsu
right.
group. Haruna Asami, Hashimoto Yuki, and Sato Ruika. Tiltzer is back on mat 2, by the way. We have to give him another wave off.
Yep.
He's probably wondering why we were clapping him out.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. Yeah, Komatsu does a kind of a nice sort of a scholarship program or whatever. They invite a foreign athlete foreign women's judo athlete to come and live in Japan and train with the team for a year and support that.
Maybe Kalita Zupancic was on that one.
She was indeed.
Martha, I think the New Zealand girl went out there as well for a while.
Yeah, I believe it's a full year. Right now we don't have any score yet. Yamamoto Anzu versus Franzen.
Where is Yamamoto now? Is she at university?
She is at Kokushikan, I believe. Let me just double check that. Yep, she's at Kokushikan University.
In her first year, yeah?
Yeah, we first saw her, she was at Toen Gakuen, which is a famous high school for sports. They have a very popular boys baseball team that regularly competes at the national level. And now she's at Kokushikan, which is more well known for their men's team. That's where Suzuki Keiji coaches. But they're developing a women's team now, and I think that was a valuable get to pull Yamamoto Anzu out there.
She had a nice little stab at the Koichigari there, but Franzen managed to turn onto her front on the way down. She almost turned Yamamoto as well. Half the contest gone. No score yet.
Well, in the individual, Yamamoto Anzu had a bit of a disappointing competition this year. She bit of a problem with taller opponents taking deep grips. Sure, as she matures, she'll come up with a better answer than she had this past week. Oh, and that was a really lovely Kouchi there. That's not going to score. Blue did a good job of turning out, but Franzen looks a good head higher than Yamamoto Anzu.
Yeah, she's definitely taller.
Another good attack again with the
yeah.
Kouchi. I like the way she's using the sleeves of the gi there to control, pushing down and forward. Can't seem to get past those long legs of Franzen yet, but she's getting there. Looks like we can't see her far leg there. It's probably trapped up. That's why she doesn't have the call for a Saikomi, and
The referee's
couldn't
called
make the turn.
Referee's called Mate now. The lead is a Yuko, although Yamamoto did pick up one penalty.
Oh, and she almost goes over there. That was a good look by Franzen. And when Yamamoto Anzu goes to the ground, I don't think she's burning the clock. She likes to do Newaza. Took another stab there at that Kouchi and just missed. Then she goes in for Seonage. Franzen tries to bull rush her there. just a tick over a minute left here. Yamamoto Anzu leads by Yuko, but she does have a penalty on the board. Branson turns in again, but that was less vigorous than the last one. Another big turn in by Blue. Can't seem to get the hands out in front. That was another good attack, a dangerous attack there by Blue. It looks like Yamamoto Anzu is going to pull this one out, and that'll have the Japanese up by 2.
Couldn't quite close the gap once the Yuko was on the board. Yamamoto Anzu managing to come up with the second win for the Japanese team in this match. So they lead the match 2-0.
There we go. I guess that was the before that. I don't think that was the Yuko. Got a couple little good coaches in there. And so now the Dutch are going to rely on Annika van Emden to keep them in this. And she's going to go up against Tanaka Miki. I like Van Emden's chances here. What do you think, Sheldon?
Well, we saw how strong she was in the individual competition. No reason why she can't bring that that kind of effort to bear in the teams.
Yeah, if she shows the kind of aggressive judo that she did in the individual, it's going to be tough for Tanaka to hold on to this lead and finish out the well, she's not leading yet, but to finish out the Dutch in this match. No score yet in this contest, just really getting started here. Van Emden comes over looking for some Koshiwaza perhaps. Couple taps by Tanaka.
Tanaka lost out to her teammate in the individual competition, Abe Kane. And then in the repechage contest, lost to Tina Trstenjak of Slovenia. Meanwhile, Van Emden, well, she lost her quarterfinal match to Jevries Eman. And then in the repechage, she managed to overcome Martina Treidos of Germany, and then in the bronze medal match, Abe Kane. So that's what their individual contests were like.
So maybe Tanaka's chance to get a little revenge there for Abe. Right now, still no score yet. As they were going off, you could see Tolzer in the background. Looks like he's warming up.
Both fighters penalized.
Of course, it looks like, from my vantage point, that the Germans are up 3-1. So we'll see. At least 2 opportunities to see Mr. Tolzer again. Meantime, Tanaka trying to do a little mat work here with Van Enden. Still no score, a penalty apiece. Halfway through the match. Or halfway through the contest here. Tanaka looking for a little Ashiwaza. A quick look there at Ouchi. Looking like a little Kosoto. Right in, shoots a hip in there.
Inside the last 2 minutes. Neither fighter able to come up with a score as yet. Plenty of excitement around the arena, though, with other matches going on. The Cuba-Germany match on mat 2 and the Korea-Brazil women's match taking place down on mat number 1, and that is really exciting down there.
Yeah, and lots of good action.
Mariana Silva and Jung Da-woon, the 2 fighters down on mat number 1 in the Korea-Brazil matchup.
Any clue as far as what the overall is there for the match? Maybe our crack tech man Lance can answer that for us.
Who leads
Korea
in the
and Brazil. Who leads?
Brazil match on mat number 1? He needs a microphone, doesn't he?
We got to mic that guy up.
Yeah, he's got to get a microphone. 1-1. Not anymore, because they've just run out of time, and the Koreans, and Lance is right up to date with 2-1. 2-1 down on mat number 1. That's in that semi-final between Korea and Brazil.
2-1 favoring
Korea.
Okay.
Jung Da-woon has just defeated Mariana Silva.
Well, Van Enden picked up her second penalty here. And right now, Takamiki is trying to get under Van Enden and then do the turnover. Ooh, and that was a good look by Van Enden. Good idea. Just couldn't get low enough. And then she came over big there with the leg, looking for Haraigoshi. But as time winds down, Tanaka Miki is going to prevail. And that will secure this match for the Japanese. Not the big Ippon scores we were looking for, but doing just enough.
Hashimoto got it going and made it comfortable for Yamamoto. 2-0, 2-0, then made Tanaka's job that little bit more easier. She didn't have to open up. And of course, now that it's at 3-0, Tachimoto Haruka and Tachimoto Megumi can pretty much just take this one home now.
Maybe they can pull a move with the Mongolians and they'll just slip Ueno Yoshie in there for a match.
Yeah.
Slip in there. She had a gi on this morning.
She was up there warming up, wasn't she?
Yeah, she was. That would be that would be a treat.
They'd have to slip her in there under 70 kilos. She's not going to make 63.
Missing her judo, missing that keisakatame that she would use. Most of the Japanese judoka on the female side would always go for Yoko Shiho, but she in particular was coached and trained for keisakatame as her bread and butter osaikomi.
Hachimoto trying to go left-sided against Boulder, but Dutch girl proving strong enough. Whoops. They should stop now and just call a mate.
Got very dramatic in here to drop the lights.
That's my understanding of it. If the lights are of insufficient enough quality to allow the fighters to compete safely, then they should call a mate.
It's definitely a safety issue.
But they should do it across the board, all three of them.
I figure the referee table, they would just, say in the earphones.
Yeah.
Just stop it until we.
Well, they're about to gear back up. You can see that up in the ceiling. They're coming back on, but at the moment, it's not the best. I hope that you've got a reasonable look at home as to how things are going. We've got an injury break anyway, with Tachimoto Haruka and Linda Boulder. Tachimoto receiving some attention.
You can see there in the corner there, we've got Brayson versus Tolzer. So Tolzer continues, I'm going to call it his farewell tour.
He's going for the Nevaza again. We can give you on both the shots there. That was better from Tachimoto, and Wazari on the board now. Taking a long time for these lights to come back up.
Well, it took a while this morning before we started. We had a similar problem. Basically, the tatami area seems to be lit by the advertisements.
Yeah, it's a good thing that we've got those boards then. Tachimoto's had to apply some makeshift repairs to that nosebleed. Stuffed some tissue in there. Can't get the footwork going.
And a chance of Brazil.
Boulder attempting the Shimuwaza.
Tachimoto still ahead by Waza-Ari with 2 minutes left in this match.
Oh, good strong effort there from Boulder, and almost countered by Tachimoto. Good presence of mind there.
So with a minute and a half left. Still dealing with twilight conditions here.
I think we'll probably stop after this contest and then wait until the lights are back on. That's what's likely to happen.
Meantime, they're dancing in the dark here in Rio.
That's Tachimoto Haruka fighting out of her skin now. Leads by Wazari with just a little over a minute to go. Here comes Boulder.
Boulder goes down. Huge reaction to the crowd as Portela takes her opponent.
That's for Maria Portela down at the other end of the competition hall. I'd imagine that what's happened there is that the Koreans and the Brazilians are now 2-2. That's why there's a big cheer. So
might be tempted to roll over there, but it looks like they're gonna.
Well, we're going to take a break in 30 seconds, if this goes 30 seconds, until they put the lights back up.
With 21 seconds, Tachimoto Haruka leads by Wazari.
And the Brazilians have made a strategic change and put in Mayra Aguiar to fight at +78 against the Korean heavyweight.
Wow.
Boulder getting dragged around a little bit there.
Well, just a second left on the board. Tachimoto's Wazari holds up.
Scored that quite early on, didn't she? And managed to hang on to it.
Well, she can go into cruise control. She
No,
had the one
not at
penalty.
all. Yeah.
Looked tough there with that, that bleeding nose.
So there's going to be a bit of a pause here. We're not quite sure, obviously, how long that pause is going to be. But the remaining matches that we've got for you are, well, the Korean women are 2-2 against Brazil down on mat number 1. Russia and Korea in the men follow down there. Cuba and Germany are going at it. I'm not quite sure what that is, but the Japanese are 4-0 against the Netherlands. And I'm not sure who it is that's going to come out in the heavyweight for the Netherlands. But they face the very daunting prospect of facing Tachimoto Megumi. Germany have just cruised past Cuba 4-1. That's in the men's repechage contest.
Well, the Cubans were they're giving up one position there, so they're already behind there. Looks like they're going to continue despite the lack of lights.
Not as far as I can see.
Wow.
Right, let's hope that it won't be that long. Stay with us and we bring you more live action from the World Team Championships here in Rio de Janeiro. We're at the Maracanã Stadium. We'll be back. Okay, we're back in action. And Tachimoto Megumi of Japan faces Iris Lemon of the Netherlands. What a task it is for the Dutch girl at this weight, having to deal with Tachimoto Megumi.
I smell Haraigoshi. Nothing against Lemon, but she's going to have to keep a lot of lateral movement, some speed.
Got nice height, hasn't she?
Yes, she does.
Just thinking who it is that the Dutch could have sent in here as a heavyweight. They didn't send a heavyweight.
Hashimoto kind of biding her time. And she wants to get inside there and get on Lemon's hips.
The Georgians are taking to mat 2 against the Uzbeks, and I think that's probably the better contest.
This one,
because this one's done and dusted.
Yeah.
4-0, Tachimoto Megumi over, and now Yuko scored by Tachimoto, and the Osai Komashi just out of that. So if you want to stay on this, just stay on mat number 3. Click mat number 3 and you'll get that. But we're going to go down to mat number 2. We're going to join the opening contest in the match between Georgia and Uzbekistan. It's Rishad Sobirov of Uzbekistan in the white judogi, and he faces Lasha Shavdatuashvili of Georgia in blue. Here's David McFall.
All right. Well, Uzbekistan took care of Japan. So let's see what they have to do against the Georgians here. That was a good move there by blue.
Almost coming up with the Yoko Sutemiwaza. Sorry, yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
And another attempt there by the Georgian, and this time Soborov heads up, hits into a little newaza.
Iris Lemon is still on the mat against Tachimoto, by the way. She's not done yet.
Holding her ground, Tachimoto leads by Yuko, but Lemon's got 3 penalties against her already.
She's only an under 78 kilo category player, to be honest.
This is it's a pretty tough test here. Meanwhile, no score in this match, so we've seen 2 nice Yoko Sutemiwaza attempts there by Shavda Turishvili.
See, I think he gets countered there, and they do score it. Sobirov again, Shavdatuashvili coming in with that attempted Yoko Sutemiwaza, and Sobirov taking control of it, bringing his man down for Wazari.
Yeah, Soborov had 2 good looks at it, said okay. He's gonna do this again. Yeah, it just catches him. Wasn't quite as low as the 2 previous attempts.
The Dutch didn't send a heavyweight, and Lemon has ended up on the losing side for the Dutch, fighting up at +78.
A nice Dashi Barai attempt there by Shavda Turishvili.
5-0, the Japanese take it down on mat number 3. They're gearing up
they've got to get to the top of the podium to salvage something from this Brazil experience. For the Japanese women.
Well, they've made it to the final, David. They're getting there.
Got to get the job done, though.
I think the Koreans would probably, the Brazilians would probably give them a stiffer test.
Yes.
At home, you know, you've got that kind of atmosphere and everything. The Koreans would probably be much more to their liking.
Yes. Either way, it looks to be an exciting final.
Oh, that was amazing from Sobirov.
Finishes the task in the first contest of this match.
Looked like a massive Hizaguruma, I think. Have a look and see what you think. Really got hold of Shavdaturashvili there.
Oh yeah. Oh, that'll loosen your fillings right there.
Really flew, didn't he?
It's interesting that there was no lateral movement at all to set that up. That was just boom, almost from a static position. Really powerful. And it will be Brazil
to face Japan in the women's final.
Oh man, that's gonna be a, oh, this place is just gonna go nuts. Meanwhile, the Japanese men are fighting Mongolia on mat number 3. That's just started.
Only 4 Japanese men available and fit.
The Uzbeks pick up the first match. Let's see if Tatalashvili,
go for it,
can marry the Sheriff Sharipov.
Not really going to catch him with one hand, are you? This really is a tense time here.
Sharipov comes in and almost gets countered by Tatalashvili. A good opportunity for the Georgian there. Still no major scores, just a penalty apiece. And this match is, this contest is halfway over. And Sharipov was looking for a Makikomi there. Kind of lost grasp of the sleeve.
Tatalashvili picks up his second penalty.
this is the last set of men's matches we have here. Russia just started against Korea on mat number 1. We're looking at Uzbekistan versus Georgia on 2. And on number 3, we have Japan versus Mongolia.
Well, the matchup in the women's team competition for the final has already been set. That's Japan and Brazil. And the Brazilians took a bronze medal at the team championships in 2012 when they were held in Salvador, Bahia. The Japanese women won the gold. The Russian men, well, they are the current world champions. They defeated Japan in the final last year. There won't be a Russia-Japan matchup this year. The Japanese are struggling to get themselves into the bronze medal match. They've only got 4 fighters, so that's a bit of a struggle. Russia take on Korea down on mat number 1. And here we're watching the match between Uzbekistan and Georgia. And it's the Uzbeks who lead the match 1-0.
And also leading this contest by 2 penalties to 1. So big look there to Haraigoshi.
I suspect that they're going to do away with
there's 2 penalties apiece now.
the penalty thing. I think they're going to work on another way around this.
Yeah, deciding contest by penalties is not too appealing.
Yeah, they are really looking to find a way to avoid having the contests won solely on penalties.
Yeah, that can be seen to encourage a kind of negative judo.
Sharipov and Tatalashvili at pains to try and see who can get the most.
Yep. 3 on each card here. Ooh, that was a nice look there. Tuanage. Tell you what, 3 penalties apiece, and the action is now fast and furious.
And now all of a sudden they decided to get into it.
Part of the reason being that there's only a second left on the clock there, but the last 20 seconds was battle.
Well, Davidorj has thrown Fukuoka Masaki of Japan. And now he takes the contest down on mat number 3. That makes it
2 behind, right?
Well, there'll be 2 behind. It's the opening contest, but as David McFall said, in effect, it's 2 behind because they're 1 man down. The Japanese only have 4 fighters, so having lost 1 contest, it's fairly straightforward. Ono, Nagashima, and Shichinoe all have to win. And the first man to do battle against the Japanese at this point is going to be Hashpata Saganbata. He faces Ono Shoei at the score at 1-0.
A rather interested observer would be the head of the Kodokan, Uremura, who's joined us the last few days, but probably hasn't seen too much to his liking.
Tatalashvili comes up with the Kosotogaki and catches Sharipov.
To even things up now at 1 apiece.
Mirali Sharipov going over there 28 seconds into the golden score period. You do know what this means, don't you? That we are a step closer to the prospect of a Russia-Georgia final for Mir.
A battle royale. You know what? Despite the Japanese being eliminated, I wouldn't have it any other way.
Well, Paris in 2006, the Georgians fought the Russians in the World Team Championships. The Georgians came out winners there. They've won it twice. 2006 in Paris and 2008 in Japan. Yeah, 2008 in Japan.
Well, they still got some work to do, at least on this Georgian side. Chernikishvili against Imamov.
No score in the contest on mat 3 between Ono Shoei and Hashbata Saganbata.
Ono, who got, I believe, was it the third gold medal for Japan?
Yes.
Stepping up after Nakia Riki got knocked out.
Following Takato and Ebinuma. Things were looking rosy up to that point.
Maybe that's when Uemura made his travel plans.
Hashimoto had got herself a bronze medal. Asami had got herself a silver medal. There were 5 medals to the good. Chernikishvili is all over Imamov here.
Yeah, a good look there, possibly some newaza.
He just gets stronger and stronger and stronger. It's like wearing his man down.
Well, Waza-ari is a nice place to be.
Minute and a half it took. And then you just had the feeling that Imamov couldn't handle Chernikishvili.
So that increases the momentum toward a Georgian-Russian showdown.
And even there, when he looked in trouble, Chernikishvili turns his man and throws him for Ippon, even when he looks in trouble. You know there's going to be a serious party.
They pull it off.
Well, Chernikishvili, you see, when that score came up, the Georgians went crazy with the celebrations. And the reason that they're celebrating is because they've got Lipatiliani and Okarashvili. And they really feel that Lipatiliani and Okarashvili are not going to be beaten. There's the turn. Just as you think that he may go down. Look, you think Blue's about to go, wraps his head around the collar, and he takes Imamov over for Ippon. Erkin Doiniyorov of Uzbekistan faces Valam Lipatiliani of Georgia. It's Doiniyorov in white and Lipatiliani in blue.
Lipatiliani looks like an extra nasty piece of work with that tape over his nose. Oh, that's Donorov. Sorry, that was the Uzbekistan athlete. Stoyanov is really giving it a go here, but this.
Oh, nice turnover.
Look at this. There's a very interesting Urakesa.
So now Saikomi, he's had to let go of look at the hands all over Lippi's face. It's not the strongest of Osai Waza I've ever seen. Time's ticking away though. And whilst Donny Yorov is trying to work out how to get out,
Valiant effort.
the time ticks away. Now Lipitiliani, look, we're going to the final. That's what that thumbs up is all about. The Georgians are going to take this.
I'll see if the Russians now can stand up to the Koreans.
That's where we're going next. Yeah. And Lipitiliani warns him, you watch your hands in my face next time. He tells him. Yeah, that was great, wasn't it? Look.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, that's
he didn't like that much.
There.
Yeah. He gives him the word. I like that at the end. Hey, you watch where you're putting your hands next time. I like my looks the way they are. It's only fair, despite the fact that we want to go down to watch Russia and Korea. It's only fair to give Okarashvili the respect that he deserves. He's come out. He's going to, you know, he's out there to fight. Let's stay and watch Okarashvili. I had a chat with him earlier on, and I spoke to Irakli Oznadze and all of the Georgian team as they were in one huddle. Wanted to get their opinion on
So you were in the
something.
middle of the Georgian huddle, is that what you're saying?
Yep, just outside here in the tunnel. Over goes Kurbanov. Osai Komi. Okay, this one is done and dusted. Now you know why the Georgians were celebrating so much when Chirikishvili won that contest.
That's right.
It opened it up for Lipitiliani and Adam Okarashvili. They just needed one of them to win after that, and they knew they would get one.
The next, yeah, and after that
they ended up getting two, but they needed to get one. Right, 4-1. The Georgians take it. They're into the final, and they will face the winner of the contest. The match taking place down on mat number 1, and with the skill of our technical team, that's where we're going to go now. We're going to go down to mat number 1 to pick up the contest between Russia and South Korea, and it's the Russians who lead 2-0 at the moment.
So quite an uphill battle for the Koreans if they hope to make that final. First step's got to be hung, but Nifontov could basically take care of business here and finish the Koreans off.
And he's got a tough task ahead of him, Ivan Nifontov.
Nifontov working there, so he's trying to get the choke.
By the way, in the repechage contest down on mat number 3, Nagashima Keita has just thrown Sanjagal Nirmocha of Mongolia.
So it's
for
effectively
Ippon.
2-2.
Well, yeah, they've got 2-1 on the board. They will have to bow on and then bow off. That will take it up to 2-2. And then the contest will be, can you believe it, Shichinue and Naidan. That's coming up next. Poor old Naidan Tuvshinbay. I really feel sorry for him. He's had one run out. He's just there to make up the numbers, really, because he doesn't fight at plus 100. He had knee surgery after London. He's only out there to help the boys out. And now he's fighting
Shichinohe.
the huge frame of Shichinohe. He's got a big smile on his face, look.
Well, let's just make sure that Shichinohe can take care of business here. Don't get sloppy here. Don't get cute.
Don't get caught with that Seoinage.
That's right.
From Tuvshi. Nifontov taking Hong over. Half the contest gone. No score yet. Now a chance to work his man in Nivos. He slips, though, off that, does Hong. David McFall is going to pay close attention to what's happening down on mat number 3. I'm going to keep up with things here.
Naidan is doing just what he should, which is he's moving, circling around Shichinohe. Even threw a little Seoinage attempt there and a little Ashiwaza.
Still no score up on mat number 1 between Nifontov. Oh, Nifontov going in for Ippon Seoinage. Can't quite roll his mound, though. And, we remain scoreless. Both fighters having picked up penalties. How's it looking down at your end, David McFall?
Naidan is giving it his best. He looked better when he was circling to the outside, literally, and he caught Shichinohe for a second there, but just to his knees.
Any score?
No score yet.
And how long is there left?
Plenty of time. Just a minute has elapsed.
Okay.
Minute, some change.
So early days in that one. We'll come back to David McFall in a minute. I can see Alim Gadanov in the background. He's already been on. Alexander Mikhailin as well. He's there. You'll be hoping that he won't have to do too much. Hong could slow things up if he takes the contest from Nifontov, but there's only a minute and a half left to go, and Nifontov hasn't looked in any trouble.
Down on mat 3, a penalty apiece. Otherwise, no other scores.
Hong just being asked to tidy himself up properly before we get back underway. Hello to Annette Berm. I wonder what you're doing on this Sunday afternoon or early evening in Germany. Nifontov with the attempted Kansetsu waza here. Hong's got to be careful.
Shichinohe is really, he's not really showing much offense here, and said it's his to lose.
Hong appears to have slipped that, and he's okay. Didn't have enough of the arm, Nifontov. Inside the last minute now. Uchimata attempted there by Hong. Nifontov managing to slip off it. Then there's a slightly weaker attempt to work on the sleeve and shaped with Ippon Seoinage. Denis Iatsev has done his job as well.
And there was a mate call there, but Naidan is all over Shichinohe, who is actually trailing now by a penalty.
20-odd seconds left to go in the contest on mat 1. Nifontov of Russia and Hong.
Shichinohe drops in, gets himself a waza ari, and is in side komi now with Keisa Katame, so it would appear that the Japanese are going to move through here. Yep, and blue taps out, so.
Hong with the Koichigaki doesn't quite bring Nifontov down. Running out of time, and This is not where Nifantov wanted this one to go. Hong proving a little bit more difficult than the Russian would like.
So the Japanese, despite only having 4 judoka out there, have managed to take Mongolia.
We're into the golden score period with Hong in the unenviable position of having to win this contest.
A good look there, but now finds himself on a Saikomi here.
And he knows he's only got 10 seconds, but hooks in there quickly.
That was well done.
Cool mate, luckily for Hong.
Well, he had a nice Stemiwaza going in, and Nifantov was able to get out of it and roll right into Osai Komi, but was able to maintain.
A rather large gap has appeared in one of the mats. I'm not sure if you saw that from the overhead camera.
It's a little bit dangerous for the toes.
Yeah. It's not like Ben Spikers to miss that. Yeah, there was the action there from Nifantov catching Hong for Wazari.
And so it will be a Russian-Georgian final.
One would hope that Nifantov hasn't hurt a rib or something on the left side.
Cracking a rib or popping one out would be unfortunate.
He's managed to bend over okay. Let's see how he shakes hands. He doesn't, he's grimacing a bit. We need the physio to take a look at him right away. I think it's down the left side actually.
I'd agree that arm is sort of rolled right over on the false ribs area.
Yeah, exactly. And now Kirill Denisov faces Dong Hong Kwak of Kwak Dong Hong, beg your pardon, of South Korea. 3-0, the Russians
I
lead
believe
it.
this is a rematch from their individual. I think Denisov dispatched Kwak on the way to his bronze medal. The second or third round.
It was Lee, the other Korean that
who took care of Kwak then?
Denisov put out. Kwak, I'll have a look and see who that was. Ashley Gonzalez defeated Kwak Dong-han in the third round. Lee went out in the third round as well. Remember they were fairly close together, those contests, and we were saying that despite the fact that they've got the Olympic champion at under 90 kilos, both the Koreans ended up going out.
So with the 3-0 lead for Russia, Kwak and the fifth opponent are fighting for pride here. Kwak has a third penalty on the board with 3:30 left. Now That was a little better attack right there. Denisov having his way with Guok's left arm there.
Hello to Marco Mailinen from Finland. Thanks very much for your email, and glad to know that you're enjoying the broadcast.
Guok tidying up his dogi. You were mentioning the individuals. How much tape Mr. Denisov seems to apply there? He's working on that left leg there of Guok. Quite a bit of Ashisabaki, and like I said, he's working on that arm. He took care of Colton Brown there with the Udegatame during the individuals there in the second round, looking for another one.
Neil Adams employed that from time to time as a follow-up to the koichi or that fails, because the fighter kind of flattens out but leaves the arm up there, and then it leaves you with the chance to just bring it against your shoulder. It's a very famous photograph of Neil attempting that. There you go. He just stretches out, doesn't he? He stretched out a little bit too much.
Ideally, I mean, if you look in Katame no Kata, you want to have that wrist up on the neck, and then you have your chin to lock it down.
Exactly.
And then
That's right.
cup both hands around the elbow, and you've got it.
Absolutely. That's the way to apply it.
That's the textbook version, I guess you would say.
I had an email earlier on that basically said along the lines, what do you know about judo? I have not responded. I'll leave that one.
Won't dignify that with a response,
No,
huh?
I'll leave it.
Well, apparently you know a little bit about Katame no Kata.
Alexander Mikhailin and Cho Guam take to the mat now. I hope sincerely that we'll get a nice effort from Mikhailin. Piled into him yesterday about his performance, and I wouldn't want to do that again. I normally go and speak to a fighter if I've said something really derogatory about them. But Mikhailin's a bit big, you know. Do you think I should go over there?
Well, maybe you should bring a bodyguard or two. See if Oscar Branson is available, or maybe grab Frank Rainier. And
kind of worried about that.
you know, Timonov might be looking for a job. You could employ him as a bodyguard.
Well, that will really kick off the two of them.
Yeah.
3:50 on the clock. No score between Mikhailin and Cho. Just trying to think who I could take over there with me.
How about Tolzer?
I think I'm going to go over with Ekaterina Denisenkova.
I see. A little bit of the soft approach.
Yeah, exactly. If I go over with her, he's unlikely to hit an old man accompanied by a young girl. I think I might be safe there. 3:20, still no score.
Let me know how it works out.
4-0, the Russians lead this here. And Cho out there.
Well, as you said, I mean, already we have McClellan picking up a penalty.
I'm afraid to count the number of penalties that he's picked up.
Well, that would be a good way to justify your argument, I think.
I think that'd be a good way to justify getting whacked.
Yep.
To point it out even more, you know. Probably say, I didn't need you coming over here with that kind of information.
Yes.
I may try it from another angle. It's nice to see you. Are you okay? I mean, He looked a little bit ring rusty.
By the way,
Mat rusty.
you may not have noticed, but
It's one of
that
the-
chart is not doing you any favors here.
When he won the World Championships, he was devastating. Really was. It's quite a while ago now. And in the lead up to London, he wasn't that bad. You know,
Good turn in by Cho there, looking for Saranage.
He's got that height that can help him with that technique, hasn't he, Cho?
Yeah.
But no height. Well, certainly not when compared to Michalin, who's not towering over him, but he's a good head and maybe shoulders.
I would say so.
Taller. It's the final match and the final contest of this first part of today. Michalin trying to get Cho Guam lifted up so he could throw him left-sided, but
What I like to see with Cho is you can see how he's got his elbows up, offering his forearms, not allowing the Russian to come over the top.
break is going to come slightly later today, 2 o'clock. Is the time here in Rio de Janeiro. Who's going to get it done this time? Both. Poor old Michalin. He's really piling them up, isn't he? That's every
He's got a
time you
minute
see him.
45 left, so
Every time you see him,
plenty of time to
3 Shidos on the board.
to fill the card.
I wonder if our technical guy can bring that information up. How many of the contests that Michalin fought in, how many Shidos did he collect during his contest? Because we know about Ippons. They normally show Ippons and Wazaris and the positive scores, but how many contests? It's not on there. I've already had a look. It's gone straight to the site that I would have used first, but they didn't have them there yesterday. So Uchimata attempt, or maybe Ouchigari, I think. Didn't quite get the body position right. So Ouchigari attempted, but Cho Guam stepped off that quite easily. I really like Cho. Really like, he's gutsy little performer. And he's the shortest of the heavyweights, along with Bonvoisson. Bonvoisson is slightly deceptive because he's so broad, so wide.
So what are the numbers here?
Beg pardon?
What are the numbers here? How how tall is Cho?
Cho, I don't know, I suppose he's got to be about 5'10", I guess. He's not much bigger than that. He's not, sorry, he's not much taller than that. Uchimata from Michalin. At last we get to see something.
Yep, unfortunately he
From,
didn't quite get there.
But not quite. Odd seconds left to go.
Looks like McCown will not bust out that 4th card there.
I can't believe it. Incredible skill from our technical team. Michalin fought at 5 fights. He comes out the loser here. 5 fights.
13 I count.
13 Shido.
Lucky 13.
Is that including this particular one or just in
I
the
don't
individual?
know.
So with this one, he's now up to 16. 16 in 6. Shakes his head in wonder. How did I manage that? Maybe he heard us. 16. I can't believe I had 16. Michalin loses out there. 4-1. The final result here. Cho Guam winning that one. Cho Juno was the lightweight there. So we're going to see a Russia-Georgia matchup as far as the men are concerned. Let's just have a little bit of a wrap-up here. I know that our team like to do that. They're going to show some highlights, but before everybody races off, well, yeah, before everybody races off, we'll just give you the lineup for the finals. Japan face Brazil in the women's matchup. What do you think?
I'm loving it. I'm loving that final.
I mean, we might just quickly chat about what the likely teams are. The lightweight, the Japanese team isn't going to change. There's no way the Japanese team is going to change. That's fixed. Hashimoto, Yamamoto. Well, it could be Abe or Tanaka. Abe, I think. Abe, and then the two Tachimotos bringing up the rear. No room for the others because they're different weights there. Brazil, well, Erica Miranda. I think she's the stronger as opposed to Eloides Valentim. So Erica Miranda, Rafael Silva has got to be. The 63 is where they're going to look at.
Not Penalta.
Portela is the 70. Portela is the 70. Yeah. So it could be Mariana Silva, Portela, and then Alderman. But they put in Aguiar. So you've got to look. Well, there's no way they're going to put Aguiar against Tachimoto.
No.
It's going to be big versus big.
That's right.
That's my prediction for the Japanese women's team and the Brazilian women's team. What about the men? The Georgians. Shavdatuashvili.
I'm going to leave all the pronunciations names to you. Even if it's written down for me, I'm going to miss it. So
okay. Shavdatuashvili. And here is the testy one. Do they go for Zabedo Rekviashvili or Nugzari Tatalashvili?
One of those Villies is going to get it.
You're going to have to help me out here.
There's a Villy in there somewhere.
Right, okay, so then at 81, Chirikishvili, no doubt about it, Lipatiliani and Adam Okrashvili. You can tell us who you think should go at 73, whether it should be Tatalashvili or Rekviashvili. That's the Georgian team. And then the Russians, well, I think it'll be Alim Gadanov at 66. The 73, I think, Yartsev, he's been looking strong. We've just seen Nifontov, Denisov.
Denisov looks really strong.
Michalin. Oh, hey, they could go for the really big guy. There's who's the tall one fighting for the Russians? His name escapes me at the moment. Oh, he's going to kill me. Oh my goodness.
Well, after the break, we'll
do that.
Fill that one in.
My apologies. Right, we'll be back with you in a little under 2 hours from now. But from all the broadcast team and David McFall and myself, bye-bye for now.
Catch you later.
Renat Saidov.